Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Wow. Please take your seats. Everyone, please be seated. Thank you, everybody. Just checking here in chat. We have, I know who won the internet. I just don't know if they're here yet to award it to him yet. This is going way back. Okay. Well, I don't see Nick Nico in chat yet, but Nick Nico is the proud owner of the internet today. And what a day to own it. It's a Monday of all days to own the internet. Good luck, Nick. I think this is actually a first-time offense for you, so we'll go easy on you with the penalty in case something goes wrong. But we do expect the best, nothing but the best in your ownership. So thank you, Nick, for being first in chat. I think you were actually in here last night is when you came in. To say, I don't even know what you said. It was something about being first, but you're first in chat, and thank you very much for being here. We have a lot of other people here. Before I start, let me just say, there's a lawsuit. Before I start, that was perfectly timed, by the way. Before I start, let me just say there are a lot of people in our little community who are going through some major stuff. Some of them are. Have shared that in the chat, and some of them have not. Some of them just shared some things with me personally. Just have your fellow community members in mind. If you're the praying sort, please have a prayer in your heart for them. We've got a lot of people going through some heavy stuff, and have some family members going through some heavy stuff. So our best wishes to all of you in that. I know some of you like Toxic is recovering from a knee surgery. I know it's painful physical therapy coming up. Oh my goodness, we're thinking of you as well, and the others who are quietly going through some tough things as well. So we're thinking of you today. Hopefully our stream today can take your mind off some of the stresses and help things go a little easier. That being said, we've got a couple things. We've got to do roll call. And I'm not sure how we're going to do this in the future because the roll is getting long. But let's see. Let me see if I can put chat up today. Does that work? It does. This live stream is the best. Thank you, sample user. I love that this pulls up every morning. It's a default. But let's see. There were people before this. I know Cakespoo was up there, a bunch of other people. But the furthest I can go back is TW. Ven is here for a rare early morning appearance. Thank you, Ven. Abby in UK says, I watch a YouTube channel. I'm a survivor donkey in a farm animal sanctuary. They're in Texas, and while they have bad floods, I'm worried about the animals. Oh my goodness. I've got a friend who has a couple donkeys. I worked with him when I worked for with the Department of Defense, and he has a couple donkeys on his farm. He loves them. They're absolutely amazing, especially with coyotes. Roxanne is here. Let's see. Abby, got you. Ritz. Lindsay Hendricks, good morning to you. Maureen Smith. Let's see. Red Pen. What? I'm on TV? Yeah. 6-volt bus. T-minus 30 and counting. We're here now. I'm just behind. I'm catching up. Richard, good morning on the globe. Laura. Sharon McDonald. Shells. Toxic Orchid, good luck to you on your recovery. Hopefully it's much less pain today. Hopefully the pain drops quickly for you. Jean is here. Laura, how many Lauras do we have? It's always good to have at least two before we get going. Roxanne, Michelle. Gotta scroll faster here, you guys. We're talking back and forth quite a bit. Shutterbug, good morning, beautiful peoples. I hope everyone is well today. My little has her winter concert this morning, so I'll be lurking for a bit and back this afternoon. Good luck with your little in her concert. That'll, thoughts go out to her. Let us know how she does. Cat Law, howdy. Hello to you as well. Ritz, Shutterbug, 6-volt bus is here. What? That's is that a gorilla passing gas in front of 3 cop cars? I'm not sure if that was what you intended, but I'm trying to figure out the meaning of the emojis there. 6-volt. Let's see. I can listen to court proceedings and soak in a nice bubble bath. Hey, that's the best of both worlds. Just don't drop the TV into the bath. Be careful that way. No electrocution, please. Let's see. We've got Debbie Ramirez. Good morning to you. Lindsay Hendricks. Everyone's getting bubble baths, apparently. That's the thing to do Monday morning, is the bubble bath. I did not know this. This is news to me, so I'll have to add for it. Wait for it. No, this isn't real. Is it Monday morning already? It is. It came fast. I've actually got, before we get going on the...
committed the crime.
Whoops, sorry. We don't have Judge Darrow. Judge Darrow is always with us in spirit, but we don't have her right now. There we go. Okay. Before we get started on this morning's live stream of the case out of South Carolina, I actually have a Knox live stream I want to squeeze in before we get going. So I'm going to have to probably hurry with the roll call really quickly as I'm scrolling through. Let's see. Nancy, Cher Bear, Miss Chris, another Laura Jimenez. Jimenez? Is it Imez? Imez? I need a pronunciation guide, Laura. So I say it right. It should be an easy name, but I'm messing it up. Cakesboo. I lied. I can't sleep. Let's go. Let's see. Kathy is here. We've got tons of you. You're going to have to raise your hand in chat if I haven't called you. Denise is here. KQD, good morning, everybody except Recover Addict, who is still probably eating breakfast. It's 7.7 degrees Fahrenheit in my front yard, and I'm not going out to experience for myself. That is cold. I don't remember when you're a part of the country got that cold before. That is chilly. See, TW going to the big screen. I appreciate those who reached out to me over the weekend with on the burner phone as well. There was one car chase yesterday that it wasn't as exciting as maybe it might have been, but so I didn't cover that. But thanks for giving me the heads up. Okay, just looking for hands up. Nancy's here. TWKQD. Laura, did I miss anybody? Deborah. Kay in South Carolina, thank you for the link to your son's video. That was absolutely incredible. If I can out him a little bit on the stream, he had a very beautiful product that he was displaying that belonged to a customer. It's just a work of art, really. And he test fired it as well. Let's see. Cake Star, hooray, it's Monday, all day. Okay, lots of chat. I'm trying to catch up here to the end. Sam is here. Good morning to you, Sam. Lil Bit is here. Lindsay Lynn, Nurglerot, Golden Mom. I'm still not seeing the internet owner. If you guys see Nick Nico in chat, or if he's hiding, let's see. Horse Sheet and Bananas is here. I think it's Horse Sheet. Maybe Horse Shot. I'm always bad at guessing words. But thank you very much. Let's see. Laura, member for 1 month. Love this group. Hope everyone has a great day. Ari, you're awesome. Thank you very much, Laura, for that. And Katrina as well. It's our 1 month anniversary as members. Yes, and your icon changed color. It's slowly going through the colors of the rainbow. It's like a butterfly in metamorphosis, or I didn't pay attention in science class very well. It's Marissa. Good morning. VW. Linda Denton. Linda Hill, 2 Lindas. We can start now. JM is here. Let's see, don't miss anybody. Jen Hoff, Sassy Girl. Myra is here. Missy Pants, Gordon Blackett. Maria McKee, Susan Bond, Tony Fortune, Roxanne. Got you as well. Did I miss anybody? Missy Pants, I think I got you once before. Suzanne. Myra Beth, S. Webb. Sorry, it jumped past so many people. Patricia's here. Hands up there. Got you there. We'll be on time for the Sheriff's Breakfast in Knoxville. Yeah, I want to get this started here in just a minute, so I just want to make sure I'm trying not to miss anybody. Nems Girl, I'm recovering from that Chiefs game. Oh, my goodness, I heard it was a bad one, but I did not see it myself. T-Rocks, Laura, Jimenez, thanks for pronunciation. Where was I? Missed it. Maybe I got it right. Beth, Ola, and Ann Schatcher. Ashley, Sandy Fields, Adam Nusk. DMB is here. Love my new color. It looks good on you, DMB. It really does. Weather Watch is here. Had a great talk with him over the weekend. I've actually got a poll to do involving Weather Watch for all of you to answer. And we'll get that going here right after the Knox stream, if you'll remind me, Weather Watch. Crime and Crochet. I like that name. It sounds just, like someone's in a rocking chair knitting and running a criminal enterprise. That's just what it sounds like. Rosie from Tucson, gotta give Rosie a shout out with a little yodeling pickle this morning. Thank you for that, Rosie. Melissa, Carly, MB, I think we've got everybody. If I missed you, I do apologize. I'm going to go ahead and start this feed. First of all, this is Knoxville. It happened just last night. I watched this. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is crazy. We're just going to take the first one. Give me just a second to get it playing.
What's your name?
Marcy Turpin.
So this is an arraignment. She's been arrested. She's sat in jail for a couple hours. It's her first appearance before a magistrate. Gina, did I miss you? I'm sorry.
Hey, officer. I have April Austin and Marcy Turpin. Who is your third one?
Mahid.
Hamid?
Mahid.
Hail Hamid?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. I've got them all three. All righty.
Jenny says, I missed you. I'm sorry.
I had a little fax machine issue
This
there.
one starts slowly, so I'll catch up on a couple names if I missed them. Eagle Spray. MB, good morning. Can't stay for long, but I'm here for now. Awesome, MB. Hopefully you get to see the end of this one. It's about 10 minutes long.
Okay, Ms. Turpin, you have been charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault. Each of those would be a Class C felony if convicted, and you've been charged with resisting a stop, arrest, or a search. That'd be a Class B misdemeanor if convicted. You understand what you're charged with?
Yes.
Would you like me to read the allegations?
Yes.
We like that too. Okay, listen carefully to this.
Says this incident occurred on or about Saturday, January 28th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. at Prospect. I'm assuming it's Prospect Street or Avenue or something along those lines.
Road. It's the road.
On January 28th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m., Officer Lee and I responded to the listed address for a domestic matter. Upon arrival, I spoke with Marcy Turpin, and she stated that she and her mother, Gwen Turpin, were in an argument. Marcy stated that her mother had consumed 6 beers and was trying to leave in a car. During the argument, Gwen shoved Marcy. Marcy was given a blue card and advised of legal remedies. Gwen was not home during the investigation. This occurred in Knoxville, Knox County, Tennessee. At 6:25 p.m., we responded back to the same address. When we arrived, 3 victims, Ira Turpin, Michael Caldwell, and Tana Craze, all stated that Marcy Turpin tried to stab them with a knife.
Ooh.
Ira stated that she came at with the knife in her hand and attempted to stab him.
Okay, this is bad.
Tana stated that she tried to stab her too. Michael stated that she did make contact with the knife and the palm of his hand, but there was no injury. They were able to get the knife away from her. A green steak knife was on a shelf by the door. Ira and Michael both described the knife as a green steak knife and said she tried to stab everyone
The green
by
knives are
holding
the
the
most
knife
dangerous
above her
ones.
head and pointed at the victims and jerking it down in their direction. Officer Lee and I attempted to handcuff Marcy, but she fought us for approximately 2 to 4 minutes. While struggling with her, she tried to pull away and made noises. In parentheses, it says cleared her throat, as if she was going to spit on Officer Lee. I held her head on the ground so she couldn't spit on him. She then tried to bite us. Sergeant Lamb assisted us and eventually had to tase her in the back.
So she got tased.
We were able to get her in
Oh my goodness.
handcuffs. When we put her in the car, she kicked at the door and window. Officer Lee held her on the ground until the wagon arrived. She is being arrested for 3 counts of aggravated assault and resisting arrest. All parties stated that Gwen did not shove Marcy. This occurred in Knox County, Tennessee.
She just
A
can't believe it.
citation was not issued because this is domestic violence and officers shall arrest the primary aggressor. Okay, you have some rights I need to go over. The first is that you have the right to remain silent. No one can force you to make any statements. Any that you make voluntarily can be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, I can appoint one for you. And you have the right to a preliminary hearing, that is a probable cause hearing, where the judge will hear the evidence against you and decide whether this case is strong enough to be bound over the grand jury for further prosecution. Do you understand those rights?
Yes.
Would you like me to appoint an attorney to represent you?
Yes.
Okay, I need to ask you some questions on oath to make sure you qualify, as well as to set your bond. So you raise your right hand and be sworn in. This is the uniform affidavit of indigency that you filled out of jail. You swear or affirm that everything you filled out on this form, any testimony you give is true and accurate.
Yes.
Thank you. You have a
I have a
job.
question.
Let me get through this first, and I'll take your question.
Okay.
You have a job.
No, I don't.
Any property, a house, or a car that you own.
Nope.
Any other forms of income or of assets.
What?
Any other forms of income or of assets.
Like phones?
Anything that you could sell to make money.
No. Sorry.
And you live in Knoxville.
Yes.
How long you lived here?
I was born and raised in UT Hospital.
You have family here?
And, yes. Well, yeah, in the Knoxville area, yeah, but not in jail.
Who would that be?
I don't have any family in jail right
My
now.
family?
Correct.
Like in here or out there?
Do you want the people who are near
No.
I mean, I'm not worried. In Knoxville, I'm not trying to figure out who you know in jail. I'm trying to figure out your ties to the Knoxville
Sorry.
community.
My mom, Gwen Johnson, my brother,
So these are
my
the victims.
stepfather, my dad, my grandmother,
The first 3 she named were
And-
victims.
my cousin, and
Izzy,
actually a lot of them.
congratulations. Congratulations on getting engaged. That is
Everybody.
awesome.
Is there anybody that would vouch for your liability to show up in court?
Listen to this answer.
Probably the victims, probably.
The victims are going to vouch
Probably
that
my
she's going
mom
to show
or-
up in court.
Probably.
Okay, so I'm going to set the bonds on the aggravated assaults at, well, first the resist, I'm going to set at 1,000. And on the aggravated assaults, I'm going to set it at 10,000 each, so that's 31,000 total. As a condition of those aggravated assaults, 2 of them are charged as domestic, 1 is not. For the 2 that are domestic, you would be prohibited from committing or threatening to commit assault against the alleged victim or victims or other family or household members. You would be prohibited from harassing, annoying, telephoning, contacting, or otherwise communicating with the alleged victim, either directly or indirectly through someone else. You'd be directed to vacate and to stay away from the home of the alleged victims, and to stay away from any other location
She
alleged
said that's
victims
not gonna
are
happen.
likely to be.
That's not going to happen.
You'd be prohibited. Well, if it doesn't happen, I don't know what you mean. Whether it means you're going to stay away or.
Because I'm gonna go back and I'm actually kill all of them. Be honest.
Boom.
Well, I mean, do I need to revoke your bond? I can't constitutionally do that.
Because I'm just actually fed up with my family. Because when I catch them asleep, they're gone.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Rather than 10,000, I'm going to set them each at 25,000 for a total of 75. And you'll be prohibited from using or possessing a firearm while on bond, should you post it. And you'll be prohibited from possessing or consuming alcohol or controlled substances while on bond. The alleged victims in those are Gwen Turpin and Michael Caldwell. And then for the other one, you'd not have any contact or communication with the alleged victim, who is Ira.
Are you serious?
No, it's
Are you serious?
Hannah Craig.
There's a lawsuit.
And I'm going to set these in felony court.
They're getting it when I get home.
They're getting it.
I'm going to set these in felony court on Tuesday, so that if you're unable to make this bond, then the judge can reconsider it at that time. If you do post it, they will give you a different court date to go to when you've been released. Go to that one instead.
I'm mad. Really, really mad.
They have the number of the public defender's office to the jail. Try and get a hold of them prior to your court date.
Magistrate's just like proceeding. Just like,
I've not gotten that far.
we get death threats, recorded on our arraignments on a regular basis
I gotta
here.
wait for this to print out.
I'm really mad. I'm freaking pissed off. Sorry, but that's bullcrap.
She's able to control her language to
My
not
mom started it.
swear, but she's already.
You got drunk.
Mom started it. She got drunk.
And she did put hands on me, actually. They're just lying about it to get away with it. To be honest.
She's
Because
not
I was
done.
actually in the kitchen when she put hands on me. So I was going to end up punching her to keep her or defending myself, and she.
And it looks like you are currently represented by the public defender in some cases that you have pending.
Oh, surprise.
Patrick.
Oh, yeah. First name
That
basis
is
with
the
the lawyer.
specific one that is assigned, yes. I will appoint them to represent you in this case as well. I'll waive the administrative fee that we normally assess for the appointment of counsel because it's already been assessed in a pending case.
Okay.
They have the number of the public defender's office to jail. Try and get a hold of them prior to your court date, which if you don't post those bonds, will be on Tuesday.
Well, if I get released in court, I'm going back to the house and I'm going to actually get tipped in murder, to be honest with you.
So,
Because I'm actually done with my family, because they're not.
so you said that you had a question earlier. What was that question?
We're dying to know.
The question was, if I do get out, if I go back to that house.
They'll revoke your bond and charge you with a new offense. It's an offense to violate that order. So not only will they revoke your bond, you won't be able to get back out of jail, but you'll also get a new charge.
I'll be going to prison
Murder.
for murder.
And that's all I have for you.
That's all I have for you.
All right. There you go. Is that it? Yep, there's your stuff.
Okay, so just a couple things there. Just a couple things that concern me. First of all, I'm worried about her family. The family most likely is not staying up watching the arraignments on YouTube to see what she's saying about them. Okay, odds are the 130 people that watched that happen live, because I was watching it live when it happened. There were 130 people on. Odds are the family was not one of them. That's about the normal number we see on magistrate court over the weekend. She's made a very credible threat against her family. And now I don't know if the magistrate has put notes in that to say, hey, she's, threatened to violate the terms of the bond and to carry through on this. But I sure hope that, okay, first of all, I don't think she's going to make her first bond. There's no way she's coming up with that money. Her family's probably not going to bail her out. But then when she goes to her bond hearing in about a week, does that judge know that she's made these threats, that she's going to carry through on this? Because they might say, oh, yeah, you can't make your bond, we're going to lower it. That's what they normally do. And then she might get out. I sure hope her family knows, because otherwise we're going to read about her again in the news. And that's not going to be good. Anyway, they get some crazy people there. I think she's actually sane. I think she's pretty sane. I didn't see anything in there that struck me as her being, unbalanced, other than her decision-making skills might be lacking. But she's apparently done with her family, and she's got a solution, which is crazy. All right, so I missed a lot of things in there. first of all, Izzy, congratulations on your engagement. That is awesome. Super excited. Apparently you knew it was coming, so it wasn't a surprise, but that still is amazing. I missed like a whole page of people who were talking. DB's second cousin, yeah, or KB, or BK. Sorry, I got the initials backwards. The whole stabby thing. I love how irritated and inconvenient she is by all of this. Kelly, hello from Adelaide, Australia. My son spent some time in Adelaide. Really liked it down there. On the bottom of the world, really. It's you can't get much further south before you get to a very cold continent. She warned the world she's the devil, so just throw her under the jail. Yeah, she hopefully her lawyer heard that and gets to do what he gets to do. I mean, those sort of threats he might have to communicate. I don't know. She is on first name basis with the public defender, though. So apparently she's been through this little circus before. She's not going over her age. Maybe she'll cool off, with spending a week in jail. Maybe she'll cool off. Maybe it'll just boil up. Your new residence is your cell. Yeah, she's like, yeah, I'm going to go back to prison for attempted murder. She says attempted. I think she's planning the actual murder one, but yeah, it's now recorded. And as Katrina said, she has not able to remain silent. This is why you remain silent, because that can be used against her in court. Hopefully the prosecutor will see that as well and make sure he brings that up. Okay, is she related to Sarah Boone? Possibly. Okay, I'm missing a whole bunch of chat, and my brain's going slowly. It's Monday morning. Haven't had my water yet, so we'll need to get that going as I get the feeds lined up as well. Let's do this. We have a poll. I'm not sure how to do this one, Weather Watch. I think we might just have to have an informal poll. Had a good talk with Weather Watch last week. He joined me on a live stream on Friday for the sort of the protest discussion, which was about as political as this channel's ever gotten, and we liked it. We liked doing a live stream together. We've done, he's been on a couple other times for short bursts, but we're wondering if you guys envisioned a podcast, something in addition to this channel, or in addition to these live streams that had me and Weather Watch on it, or Weather Watch and I and me. I'm KQD. I'm going to need you to correct my English there, which is the proper sentence structure. If I want to say Weather Watch and me, what would our topic be? What would you want to hear the two of us talk about on a podcast? Is my question. So go ahead and put that in chat. And Weather Watch, I'm going to have you keep an eye on that as well. And I'm going to get my water because I need that. So here's your warning if you don't want to be triggered by a little bit of ASMR. There we go. All right. Okay, so today we have South Carolina coming up. The Murdaugh murder trial. If I can get it pulled up here.
There's a lawsuit.
Okay, I missed a bunch. Dating over 70 is going to be the subject. Is that what you're saying? Because we've talked a lot back and forth about options here and how it would structure it, and we're not adverse to bringing up something that we wouldn't talk about here. I mean, I would be open to doing a podcast with him on topics that sort of are taboo or that we just don't bring up on on the live stream, just because it would be more of a discussion with two people in there that we can talk back and forth. We can delve into some things that just hearing one person talk, it's not really good to go. Current events with a dose of pickle juice. I like the current events side of that, Red Pen, because first of all, it gives us new content every day. We constantly have new stuff happening. Let's see. Crime and climate change. Nobel Prize and Pulitzer material. Current events for sure. Mind laptop. Thank you, Katrina. I can always count on you to remind me not to spill my laptop again. We just trust us to come up with some relevant topics. I think here's what I have in mind, that just what we talked about, and this can all subject to change, but I think we would probably start the podcast on YouTube on this channel, and then maybe have another channel dedicated to it that we'd migrate to, so that people who want to find us from here can come over. But at the same time, there's probably a lot of people who maybe just want to be here for the true crime discussion, and maybe not so much current events. And we wouldn't want to have to ignore a bunch of notifications every time a podcast happens and things like that. But that's just in my head. Maybe it could be different. But Jimmy King says, on Murdaugh case on NBC Dateline on demand titled Dark Waters. Is that how many of you guys have been watching the Murdaugh podcast, the Murdaugh Murders podcast? It's a podcast that's been going for 3 years of this, just looking at this case. And there's so much stuff in there. The financial, mess that happened back there. It's a podcast about the good old boys. Roxanne, yeah, that was a tough situation. And that was pretty rough. Yeah, we've got Weather Watch has a police aspect, a view of things that he brings as well. So best suited with a Google form. You can share the link in the community. Let's try that. Who can help me? I'm not sure if Weather Watch, if you can run that and we can post a link, that would be awesome. But then we can keep that going in the background. I started last week with podcasts. She has an offer from Hulu now. Is that the Murdaugh trial? Yeah, she's doing a great job. Okay. All right, I need to stop reading chat and get my my ducks in a row here so we can get the feed lined up. Monday, my eyes just don't work like they should yet. Let's see. Let's try WLTX today. Okay. Okay, I don't like the color balance on this one, so I'll see if I can find another one, but it's probably all the same camera. How was your weekend, by the way? For those that haven't reported in, podcast about current events with puppies. Watch the phone call with Alec and his son. Interesting how Buster's dad really wanted him back in law school. Podcasts are good. Tells much about the family. For those that haven't watched, those podcasts are phenomenal. To just give you a background and really let you see a little bit into Alec's mind. He seems to be very controlling, even while he's locked up in prison or jail, I guess. But he wants his son to get back into law school, where he was basically flunking out. He's trying to get back in. He thinks it's very important for him to be a lawyer. Let It Be Summer says, "Hi folks, hope you have a good day. I have a question. Would you mind wouldn't mind asking via email?" Yeah, Let It Be Summer. You can shoot me an email if you click on the YouTube page and look on the About section on my channel. I think there's a button to click to contact me via email. Just let me know you send one, because I check it once a month, whether or not I need to. But judge is coming in already. Nice. 9:30, right on the button.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anything before we proceed?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, if we can have our witness back.
Can bring that volume up. The white balance. Everything is yellow. It needs a white balance so badly.
And you may bring the jury.
Looks like we got a checkered shirt from Mr. Murdaugh today. A little different. This court clerk must have back problems. He types so low. He's just like hunched over and typing down by his knees. A few more people in court this morning than we saw last week, especially on the state side. Well, here we begin day 4. Is there another guy sitting on the bench there? No, he was there all the time. It's the state side looks a little crowded today. Hey, I think they actually elevated the camera in that position. You know, I told you how the defense kept standing in the way and blocking the camera. It looks like that camera might be a little higher now. So we might be able to peek over the guy's head when he blocks us. That's a good thing.
Good morning. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 6. Has anyone attempted to contact you or talk with you in any way? Okay. Very good. Cross-examination begins. Mr. Harpootlian.
Please, court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
This is the lady that gathered the seat belts and things like that, right? We've got about probably 2 or 3 hours of cross-examination on this, so this is going to be probably a little tedious unless he gets at some good information. It's probably going to be fairly repetitive.
Indulge 1 moment. I want to make sure I have the right stack of stuff.
He had all weekend to prepare, and now he's like, hang on. Hey, Jenny, I think we've seen some genuine emotion from him, but that doesn't, in my mind, that doesn't mean he wasn't the one that caused the situation he's emotional about.
Get organized here. I'm calling you Ms. Worley. Do you have a rank?
I'm a senior criminalist.
But not lieutenant or captain or
No.
senior?
Criminalist.
And what is a criminalist? Criminalist.
I'm in the lab, basically.
I'm sorry?
I'm based in the lab, the forensic lab.
But you went out to this crime scene?
I did, yes.
Do you normally go out to crime scenes?
At that time, yes, I was a special agent.
You were what?
I was a special agent at the time that I worked this, yes.
Okay. And a special agent is, what's so special about the special agent?
That's what SLED agents are referred to as.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence 1 moment.
You guys seen any recognizing some faces there in the courtroom? Need the attorney to say, all right, all right, all right. He sounds exactly like Matthew McConaughey, who I believe is from this area, right? Isn't this his hometown?
So, talk a little bit about what you did on this case, and I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of the testimony from our scintillating Friday afternoon together. When did you first go to the scene?
I responded as soon as I got the phone call at 10:33 p.m. I got on the road from my house within 30 minutes and arrived on scene at 12:07 a.m.
12:07 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, the Carlton County Sheriff's Department, were they supposed to process the scene?
No.
What they were supposed to do?
Secure it.
Secure it, so nobody could walk over things and nobody could in any way disturb trace evidence, forensic evidence. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you got there, did you determine they had done more than just secure the scene?
They had marked some evidence that they had found before we got there.
And you also found, for instance, that we've shown you videos that they actually, some of them, or at least one of them, if not 2 of them, walked into the feed room where Paul was killed, correct?
Someone did place a marker 1 in this.
I'm sorry?
Someone had walked in there to place marker 1.
And matter of fact, when you did your footwear impression examination, you found that there was a bloody footprint caused by one of the officers, isn't that right?
After we had started processing the scene, yes.
Yes, but I mean, one of the bloody footprints in that feed room was not called, not the perpetrator, it was a police officer.
Yes.
Probably a Colleton County police officer.
I don't know that for sure.
Who else could it be?
It could have been one of us from
One
SLED.
of yours?
I don't think it was mine, but it could have been from SLED. I don't know.
It could have been SLED, could have been Colleton County, could have been the coroner.
Yeah, sure.
But
WeatherWatch has a link to that doc if
in
you want to
your
answer the question,
business, there are rules
our poll question about the podcast.
who should be walking through crime scenes, right?
Yeah. Preferably as few people as possible. If you don't need to be in there, then you shouldn't be in there.
And when they went around and pulled the sheet up, they were walking in an area where most likely the perpetrator had walked, correct?
Possibly, yes.
I mean, that's right outside the feed room.
Right.
And those shell casings that were near, or some of them were near, some of them were further away from Maggie's body, walking in the dark increases the probability that some trace evidence has been disturbed or destroyed.
That's probably why they went ahead and marked evidence before we got there, because they found it and went ahead and marked it so that it wouldn't be disturbed.
But couldn't they just stood back and said, there's shell casings in there, so when you got there, you would have been, maybe you would have even waited till the next morning when you had some light, right?
No, we would have started like we did as soon as we got on scene.
Okay. Well, you did some measurements.
Yes.
And those measurements are recorded on a sketch you did.
Yes.
Not to scale.
Right.
And make sure. Okay, that's my stuff. Yeah, that's my stuff.
I don't think the state's talked about the significance of the water yet.
Where are the state exhibits? Okay. Okay, so let's look at
I think some of that's going to come in. I'm not sure how much. I think the judge still has to rule on how much will be allowed in.
Maybe they didn't put them in. Let me ask.
He's looking at evidence. Most of this, what the state presented, is only marked as an exhibit right now because they haven't established the full chain of custody, and that's actually because of his objection. He's saying, are these already in evidence?
Any objections?
Mr. Harpoonian, do you need more time before proceeding?
Well, I'm just trying to.
Well, do you need more time?
No, sir. I'm ready.
Okay.
Let me see if she can.
The judge is trying to keep things moving along. Apparently, they've got some documents that haven't been submitted to evidence.
Tell me what that is, please.
This is my final crime scene diagram.
Okay, and you did it.
I did.
You can identify it.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer this document into evidence, please. It's her crime scene.
What number would that be for the defense?
It's
4.
It's the state's evidence that they're now offering because the state hasn't
Objection.
submitted it yet for evidence.
Submitted without objection.
This is funny.
Okay, so can you put Worley number 1 up, please?
There's a lawsuit.
It's probably a local, a organization, law enforcement organization pin, or maybe just
Okay.
an American pin or something. I'll look at it closer.
Yes, sir.
And that is what I just showed you, right?
Yes, sir.
And what's important to note at the outset is this is not to scale, correct?
We never do our diagrams to scale, no.
Okay, but it does tell us some things.
Yes.
You found a projectile that went through the doghouse,
That's right.
and you found a projectile that went through the small animal cage.
We didn't locate that projectile, but one did go
But
through.
you had an entrance and exit wound.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
And now these yellow items over here near Maggie's body, those represent blackout ejected shells.
Yes, those are the evidence markers marking 300 blackout.
Okay, and did you take measurements of where those were compared to anything else? For instance, we see a 23.9 between this post and that post. Did you do anything like that for the projectiles?
I don't believe I did the doghouse because it was inside the bedding of the doghouse.
I'm sorry, what now?
We didn't measure the projectile that was in the dog bed.
No, I'm talking about these yellow.
Yes.
Okay, did you measure where they were?
Yes.
And there are measurements somewhere?
I believe on the second page of the second page of my diagram should be the measurements.
Let me go to page 2. Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Do you have that page 2? I want to make sure I'm referring to the right one. Page 2 of 8, right?
Yes.
Okay, and
I think he's mentally
when it says
smart.
you measured him RP1, RP2,
disorganized,
what does that mean?
That's reference point. So this corner of the feed room was reference point 1, this column was reference point 2, and this column was reference point 3.
Okay, can you find page 2 for me, please?
Lindsay, that's what I caught too. He didn't like anything from this person. Now he wants to use it in questioning. He probably did some homework over the weekend.
You have that? Okay, well, I'll come back and show this on the Elmo in a little while. Do we have a copy of it?
I don't think I could get Nancy Grace on. Her contracts probably prohibit her from doing any moonlighting.
What I'd like to do is...
Let's see if the judge gets irritated with these pauses, especially first thing in the morning. He's already said you need more time. He might, outside the presence of the jury, he might tell him to get more organized and to stop wasting time.
Is that what we were just looking at?
Yes.
And are these your calculations?
They are.
And this is what you recorded?
Yes.
Any objection?
No.
I'm sorry?
No objection.
No objection, okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer this into evidence. I think it's defense 5.
Submit it.
We'll go back and look at that again in a minute. And so, can I have Worley number 1 up again, please?
Hey, Levi Strong.
Okay, so
thanks for being here.
You located these shell casings, right?
Right.
You did measurements of how far the small animal cage was from a reference point?
Yes.
And how far did you, what was the reference point for the doghouse?
I'm not sure that I measured the doghouse to a reference point.
You did not measure the doghouse?
I don't think so.
Okay, so let's get a little more.
So he's trying to draw out any flaw he can in her report here. He's trying to make it seem like it's very important for her to measure all these different things, which clearly, if they never do crime scene drawings to scale,
up, please.
It may not be critical to have the measurements. Because they have photographs of things, and I don't know. We'll see if he gets any traction here with the jury.
Sorry, getting this out of whack. Can you tell me what this is a photo of?
It's the doghouse.
Well, but did you make this, or was this done under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd offer this into evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
Submit it.
I think everything he's offering is literally documents the state tried to get in on Friday. It wasn't able to. Charlie, I'm so glad you got to try the spicy maple bourbon pickles. I'm glad you like them. Jenny, I think this is just his style. I think he's actually a very good lawyer. He's shown just how quick he can be on objections, that he can anticipate where the state is going with something and what's going to be brought in. So he's very alert.
Bad is not to scale, though, and to give them some idea of the layout. This is the doghouse,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, that's right.
This is what you call the small animal cage right here.
Right.
And that's off the ground.
It has legs, yes.
Legs, right. The doghouse has got like a couple of 2x4s under it, so it's not laying directly on the ground, correct?
Yeah, I think that's right.
And then, if we look over to the right, that would be the door. If we look to the feet over to the right, that would be the door, right?
Yes.
So we're all singing from the same sheet of music here. There's the small animal, I'm calling it quail.
I'm not sure what he's waving around. Is that a yardstick?
Quail, they apparently kept quail in there. And then there's the doghouse, and then there's the door to the feed room. Did you do any measurements, or can you give us any, if you're standing at the quail pen right over here, and you're looking at a 90-degree angle, that is out in front of you, am I right on that, 90 degrees?
Okay.
Are you looking at the door to the feed room, or is it to the right or to the left? Well, let me ask you this. Did you take any measurements?
Not directly from the cage to the door, no.
Can you tell me what is it, a 10 degree this way, 10 degree that way? I mean,
I'd have to look at the photographs. If any of the photographs show from the door to that animal cage or the animal cage to the door, I could see if it was at an angle or not, but
you didn't take any measurements when you were on, when were you on the scene doing these measurements?
my initial measurements were the night of the incident, and then that picture was taken July 16th when we went back to take additional measurements.
And it was after July 16th you generated the sketch we saw a moment ago?
No, I think I did this before we went back to the scene on the 16th.
So nothing changed in your sketch?
No.
And to your knowledge, you never took any sort of directional examination of the reference points, for instance, the dog pen and the door to the feed room, or from the quail cage to the door of the feed room, correct?
That's right.
Okay, now, do you know what, hold on one second. Do we have Pharaoh? Do we have Pharaoh? No? Yes, okay. What's Pharaoh? Tell the jury what Pharaoh is.
The Pharaoh is a 3D laser scanner that we use to document scenes.
Okay. Did you use a Pharaoh scanner on this scene?
On the July 16th we did. We couldn't the night of the incident because it was raining.
So tell us how one scans for a Faro, and by the way, is the end result of that Faro process a three-dimensional view of the scene?
Yes, that's right.
And so that you can manipulate it, turn it, examine it in any direction you want, correct?
Yes.
And you had that done in this case?
Yes.
I did not hear the Attorney General ask you about it in your direct. Was it brought here to the courtroom?
I believe it's here, yes.
It's here. Okay. Well, I have a copy of what you furnished to us. Any objection to this coming into evidence?
No objection.
All right. Could you play that for me? Wait 1 second. Does Faro stand for something, or is it a brand name like Coca-Cola or Xerox or?
It's a brand name. I think it does stand for something. I'm not sure what. We just always call it Faro.
But it's a brand. When somebody says Faro, it's not. There's a specific commercial product called Faro that law enforcement uses, and other folks use too, right?
Yes.
Okay. How about play that for me, and I may stop it from time to time.
All right. I believe a juror raised his hand, Your Honor.
Yes, for that box to be moved to another location so I can see.
There's a lawsuit.
Yeah, I thought we.
Get to hear the juror's voice there. He said, "Can I have that box be moved to another location so I can see the
Okay.
presentation?"
Start it, and then stop it. Go ahead. Now stop it briefly. Is this a drone video?
No, it's created by the Faro software.
Created by Faro software. Okay,
Right.
go ahead.
So we're not going to get to see this until after the fact, when this gets released 24 hours or so from now. Assuming if there's no gore in the picture. If there's gore,
Stop
it probably
again.
will be sealed.
That would be, right down here, that would be the dog house, right?
Right.
Okay, keep going. Okay, stop right there. Now, we're seeing the inside of, what is this room called?
I refer to it as a workshop.
Okay. And the bullet that went into the quail cage, went through the quail cage and came out this wall, right?
That's right.
Okay, go ahead. Again, stop it 1 second. Make sure I look this straight on. And the quality of this isn't very good. Why is that?
I'm not really sure.
But I mean, isn't there a final product you get from this?
I'm not sure if there's something more final than, I don't do the rendering of the software, so I'm not sure if there's something more than that.
Keep going.
This is totally a third-party software. This is not her work product.
Okay, stop. That's the quail cage right over here, correct?
That's right.
Right here. Okay, go ahead.
So the big dogs are in town, and everyone's nervous if the SCAG is in town.
That would be the doghouse.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. Stop it, please. Now, the bullet hole into the doghouse is on the side facing this greenery, or is it on this side over here?
It's on the other side.
On the other side. So there's a bullet hole that comes in here on this side.
Right, the kennel side, yes.
The what now?
The side that the kennels are on.
No, the kennel's back this way, right?
Yeah, but it's on that, if you're looking at the front of the doghouse.
Okay, right. So it's coming
Right,
in
right.
here.
Yes.
That was close to all right you're going to get. The right
into
out of him.
Doghouse, and there was a dog bed in the doghouse that goes in there.
Okay, keep going. Now, stop right there. Go back just a little bit. Okay, go ahead. So as we watch it come around, you would agree with me that the doghouse is not perpendicular to the door to the feed room, correct?
Right.
Okay, keep going.
The only thing I'm aware of is that a dog got a chicken. Possibly it would have been like a wild game bird of some sort. I don't think any other animals
that
were
would be
injured.
the feed room right here, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And these are the dog kennels up here.
Right.
Okay, keep going. And so you can see, that's like a chicken coop right there?
I believe so.
Okay, keep going.
Well, MB, some of the evidence that gets thrown out is prejudicial. It's overly prejudicial. It would make them make him appear in a bad light, and maybe was gathered inappropriately or something. They have reasons to throw it out. That's the judge's determination. The jury just has to decide based on what evidence they have seen.
And that's looking at a structure that's back.
If the judge gets it wrong on the evidence, that's going to be grounds for an appeal.
Yes.
So that's the recourse they have
farm equipment
on that front.
Yes.
Some of these questions do seem a little strange. Let's see if he's building up to something.
So we have, and you could take this and convert it into, well, let me ask you this. Do you know how they do this?
On scene, we take scans with the scanner. Anything the laser touches, it records. Beyond that,
Well, there's a laser touch, and then isn't there a camera that goes 360 degrees this way and 360 degrees this way, and the laser and the camera sync up, and you do a number of them.
Yes.
Maybe 100 or so, and then it knits it together.
That's right.
To get this.
Yes.
But you agree with me that you could do a much more focused look. This obviously has not been converted totally to 3D, has it?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Who ordered this? Who said we need this?
I'm not really sure. I was told to go to the scene and additional documentation, and that's what we did. So I'm not sure.
So, I mean, if I told you your chain of custody on this indicates it was, y'all received it sometime in July or August of last year, and it's been in the custody of SWED since early January, probably 3 weeks ago. Is that correct?
I'm going to turn him up a little bit. She's going to be
sure
loud,
when it was made, but
he's just too quiet.
But it wasn't turned over or pulled out of the evidence locker until 3 weeks ago, correct?
I'm really not sure.
Okay. Now, let me ask you to look at.
Thanks, Mutt. Good to have you here.
That report of the sketches, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to introduce some doubt into the process they use to process the scene. He's trying to say there are more accurate ways to do this that you didn't do, and just point out little flaws that may or may not be flaws. If they don't result in actual difference in the result of the investigation, I'm not sure if it will have any weight or the jury will really feel like it holds any weight. Cameras are panning away because they might have pictures. The state rarely objects to evidence.
Let me ask you to examine these photos and see if you can identify them.
Yes.
Okay. What are they?
Those are photographs that we took when we returned on July 16th.
And these are specifically photographs of the doghouse.
Yes.
And I'll get to these in just a minute.
Thanks, Weather Watch. Great idea.
So this would be 7.
8.
This would be 8, 9, and 10. sure I don't put duplicate.
Yes, Best Poet, South Carolina Attorney General. Apparently he's sitting in the, well, right now we're looking at Buster. And Buster's, is that uncle?
Let me also show you this photograph and see if you can identify it.
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture when we were trying to determine the angle of that defect in the doghouse.
The defect would be the bullet hole?
Yes, sir.
Offer this into evidence as number 11 without objection. 11? Right? Okay.
Thanks, Weather Watch. Appreciate it. I think they color coordinated. You know, they sent out the memo and said, here's what we're going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Let's see if the judge slaps their hands for being disorderly. Oh, now they stand. Look at that. I think it's because the judge stood, not because the jury stood. Yeah, I think the judge is going to slap their hands. I think he's going to say, look, this is disorganized. You guys had all weekend to get ready for this moment. You've asked like 5 nothing burger questions, and really most of the time you're being like, hey, do we have this? Where's this? What's this document? What, you know, it seems extremely disorganized. So I'm calling a slap down.
I'm going to give you all an opportunity to review and pre-mark exhibits, determine what you agree on and do not agree on, and we'll proceed in a few minutes.
Yeah, the judge is frustrated. He's like, you guys get your act together. So jury gets a break. Yes, he said he needed several hours with this witness, and I guess we know why. Yeah, because he's going to build his case in his head on the fly, apparently, and it takes time. Yeah, early break. I think if it happens more, I think we'll hear from the judge. I think he's going to be frustrated with that. Here's a question for you. Law and Crime does have a tri-view available. Let me show you this. They have this view, which shows everything at once, and they're pretty good about keeping 2 to 3 images up on the screen at all times. Would you guys rather we watch it this way or watch it on the big screen? I may run the risk of generating some ire towards me from LNC, but I can do it either way. I will tell you that the tri-view gives us a perspective that I can't show. I can only show 2 at a time. I can show, I can show more. It just takes a lot of work. I think the jury's already asleep this morning. Let's switch it around a little bit. We'll watch a little bit of this, and we'll go back and forth a little bit. So I'll give you some variety. Does that work? So we'll make both people happy. The only thing I have to do is sync up the videos, so it'll take a little, give me a bit of time to make that happen. It's really hard to do when there's no audio or video playing too. Okay. Defense hasn't done anything really, really big. If we sync it up, I can get the audio, the best audio, and I'll run all the quieting, the courtroom filters on it, so we get some of the noise tuned out, so you can hear better. Because Law and Crime's feed is not the best audio-wise. We'll make it happen. Don't worry. We'll get there. So during the break, let's see. Appreciate those who took the survey or taking the survey. The big Boston court. That's why that's the only time they stood. I think they stood for the judge standing up and leaving. That's the judge is honored, but the jury, for some reason, is not in this particular courtroom. Paul's court date for boat felony was 3 days after the murder. It might be Nancy Grace. They've got someone famous in the house, and now everyone's nervous. A little voodoo going on in the background, Rowdy. Let me know if that works out. I believe he's setting up his own expert witness being better versus the expert witness the state has, but he's mistaken because this agent isn't in charge of the Faro digital evidence. Right, they've done a couple times, Lindsay. The defense seems to be attacking the wrong person for particular evidence. They're attacking like the person who maintained the database instead of the person who input the data. And it just seems like they're better people that their argument would get more traction on if they asked it to the right person. So we'll see. Maybe they'll ask everybody. That's why the case is going to take so long. Ellen, I do wonder, what was his last trial? I think he was a practicing attorney. I believe the senators are not full-time in South Carolina, so I believe he works as an attorney and then he's part-time as a senator in the state. So I think that's good. Yeah, they are. They're a little bit of a pain in the butt sometimes. They just claim claim all the ad revenue from the video. So far, they haven't done anything worse than that to me. MB, what do you think about Alex's responses, specifically the ones that make him appear? I won't say he's crying all the time, but the head bobbing. Do you believe that's an emotional response, or is that maybe a physical condition that he has when he leans forward? We watched the first 6.5 minutes of that police car interview last week when he was recounting what happened on the scene when he was in the cruiser and the 4 people in the car. And I didn't see a lot of head bobbing. There was some, but not nearly what we're seeing right now. So is this like a medical condition that's getting worse with time, or is this him trying to show that he's crying to the jury? Last trial was State v. Kane. When was that? DMB, is that a long time or? I don't know. I don't think they're really worried about Nancy being in the courtroom. If the state attorney general is present, that might make them a little more nervous. That's somebody they'd probably recognize as a powerful person who is in their same line of work, who might be critiquing their job. Morning, Grumpy Cat. Thanks for being here. Yucky says emotional. MB says, I believe that's a medical condition. Tremors, to be specific. DMB, the one thing that might help us out on this case is the judge in this case has ordered that no media outlet should copyright the footage from this trial. So that's actually a judge's order in this trial, and so now you get into a gray area where they're providing these same images to a lot of different people. And the actual images, they're not. But if they do a layout like that tri-spread layout that they have, that's added value. That's them changing the layout, and they might be copyrighting the presentation with the added value. So they're I think they can get around that. And so I don't think I'm like scot-free as to use their stuff without worrying about law and crime attacking me. But it was a very long time ago, so he hasn't been in the courtroom for a long time, which should explain his trouble with electronics, because that's a big part of court nowadays. Linda says, I think it's fake. T-Rox is off fighting fires again on a Monday. Save your seat. We will. And make sure you have your coffee and donuts. We'll save some for you, T-Rocks. Coping mechanism, maybe. Acting. So this is interesting because you can pretty much poll our group, and there's a good chance that the way we feel about it is probably similar to how the jury might feel about it. They're just people observing as well. Yes, the judge is going to give them a chance to get their act together, and if they don't, I think he's going to have some stern words. MB says, my husband had something called familia tremors, and he shakes his head like that. It will eventually become Parkinson's disease. Oh, man. I'm sorry to hear that, but thank you very much for that explanation. It seems to only affect Mr. Murdaugh when he's leaning forward, which might be, a symptom of that. Don't think it's self-soothing so much. I think he's very much in control of his emotions and feelings for the most part. Although I do think the emotion he shows, the crying he shows when graphic descriptions are present, are real. I almost nailed it. Let's see, just one second.
Do y'all want to introduce any exhibits without objections?
I think all except one of the, no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
What are the exhibit numbers?
So Your Honor, give us 1 minute, she's still marking.
Yeah, okay.
Jury's not here yet, so he still might tell them he wants them to speed it up. Oh my goodness, DMB. I walked right into that. What was it? Somebody Cain? Like Cain and Abel. Yeah. Okay, I think we're perfectly synced. I'm going to turn on the other audio just to hear the difference. So it'll be a tiny little bit doubling here. There she is. Let's see. That's Nancy, right? I don't follow her, but I think that's what she looks like. And there's the judge.
The jury is present.
Thank you.
Miss Chris. Woohoo! It's exciting. You've got a new color next to your name. It looks great. And thank you, by the way. They're still not ready. You have a cat harness? And it just freezes. Does it think it's like stuck? It's caught.
Exhibit number numbers.
9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.
They're all admitted without objection.
I'm so glad she did those in order.
So, you took measurements, for instance, let me show you the picture I want to show you to begin with, which is of the quail cage. Well, let me first of all show you exhibit number 20, which is Worley, page 7.
Fix that here.
You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
It's one of the diagrams that I created.
And what's it a diagram of?
We'll switch
quail
back and
cage.
forth.
Okay. Now,
You did see her out there.
did that sketch, and that sketch shows, so it says defect interior side of cage, defect interior side wall of cage, and defect interior back wall of cage, right?
Right.
So you have an entrance and an exit hole, correct?
That's right.
Now, what did you do to try to determine the trajectory on that? Where did it come from?
We placed a flight path rod through defect J all the way through to where it went through the back wall of the cage.
Okay, and let me see, I know I have a picture of that here somewhere.
Can you imagine him using a laser pointer? I imagine if somebody hands him a laser pointer, he'd push the button, and the next thing he'd do would point it at his face to see if it was working.
Is that a picture of that rod?
It's one of the many pictures, yes.
No, but I mean, does that picture accurately depict the rod you put through, but from the exterior to the interior?
Yes.
Okay. How about put that up, please? It would be 2019.
Yeah, we're synced up. We're good.
Yes. So you're telling the jury that this is a rod that you ran from from the entrance hole to the exit hole, and what are you doing right here?
That's where we're determining the angle.
Upward or downward angle?
That's right.
Okay. Now let's talk about how you determined the angle of front to back. I don't know what you call that scientifically. I mean, did you determine the angle of that rod as to the exterior wall of that?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the exhibit we saw a moment ago, the entrance wound would have been on the, how about go back to Worley, page 7. The entrance would have been on this side, correct?
Yes.
Now, the feed room, you would agree with me, is not on that side of the quail cage, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, this side faces the feed room, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, did you determine, and I can walk through all the technical things you did, but did you only determine...
Please don't.
The angle, you can check your notes, the angle of the entrance...
This is defense cross-examining the state's
here
witness.
to that side. That is, is that horizontal? Am I talking horizontal?
Yes.
Okay, the horizontal entrance and exit wound, if you put that rod through it, what did it tell you about the angle as opposed to that flat area?
We determined it was approximately 41 degrees.
41 degrees, and if I'm standing at that edge, is it 41 degrees to my right or my left?
I believe to the right. I'm not sure, though.
Can you look and see?
I don't have that in my notes.
Okay, let me show you a picture. It's worth 1,000.
Thank you, Bella. My wife releases a video on her channel every Monday. She does a great job. Thank you very much. I'll make sure to pass. I'm not sure if she's probably teaching the kids right now because we homeschool, but
Just help
I'll
her
make
refresh
sure
her
she
memory.
knows. Thank you.
Yes.
And so, could you put KNWL2019 up, please?
Did he say horizontal mambo? Did he say that? Oh my goodness. He's going to go through all the technical stuff
Okay, and what you
because he can do
did
that.
was, correct me if I'm wrong, you put that rod through, and then you put a protractor up against it, and then the protractor told you it was 41 degrees from flat, or I don't know.
From the where the bullet went in the wall, from that flat edge to where the angle is was 41 degrees.
So
Okay, and let me
I've always
show
heard it
you
called a protractor, but a protractor
KNWL2007.
is an interesting emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Ask you a question as soon as it comes up. You know, strike that. I don't need it. Well, that's it. But that depicts that rod you put from the exterior through the interior, right?
That's right.
And so as that rod sticks out, it would be the path of the bullet.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, okay. And it's 41 degrees from neutral.
Yes.
Or, I mean, if this were the wall of the wall the bullet went into, it would be 41 degrees would be over here.
Yes.
Right. So that side, right. Okay, and I see from that picture we showed a moment ago, you used a protractor, just like this one, maybe similar to this one.
I
to
think
determine
Alex is
that
getting
angle,
frustrated.
right?
That's right.
And basically you just you take the rod and then you put this up to it and then figure out what the angle is, right?
You line up the middle of the protractor on where the defect is, yes.
Where the bullet hole is.
Right.
Okay. Now, did you do the same thing for the dog pen, a dog house?
Yes, we did.
And let me walk you through a couple of those pictures. Let me see if I have, okay. Let's go to
Alex,
page 6 of 8 of
is
her
this the
report.
best guy you got? Is this the best guy you got? Seriously, he went with this lawyer because of his recognition as
Is that
a
something you
senator.
prepared?
I think
Yes.
there's no doubt in my mind that he chose him.
So if we look at this,
his main defending lawyer
zoom in just a little bit
because
for
of
me,
his rank and his recognition.
okay, here we go. So defect 1 is the entrance hole.
It's defect I, yes.
I'm sorry?
Defect I.
She's making him look
Okay.
bad.
And defect H is what?
We weren't sure if it was a defect. It didn't go through the wall, but we marked it.
Did you have anything that went all the way through?
Just I.
Just I. But you also stuck a rod in that, correct?
Yes, we did.
And what was the dog, this side of the doghouse would be the side facing the kennels?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the angle?
I think we all
entrance
need
angle
like
on that? You put a rod through and
reminder,
measured, just like you did
remediary
before,
geometry
with
course.
the protractor. And what was the
specifically
angle on that?
Dick
The
right
horizontal
there. I think he
angle
needs it.
was approximately 84 degrees.
So 84 degrees. Now the side the bullet went in was facing the dog pens.
Yes.
And as we see from the photos, approximately, I mean, again, it's just guesswork, but not square with the dog pens, a little bit further to, if you're standing in the feed room, if you're looking at the dog house, it would be a little bit to your left, correct?
That's right.
And then this trajectory into the dog house is 84 degrees, which means it's coming, if that's the feed room, it's coming from even further over here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So let me have you do this for me. If I had a sketch, your sketch of the doghouse and the quail cage, you could take that protractor right there and basically show the line out, correct?
From the quail cage to the doghouse?
No, from the quail cage, the trajectory, if I put down that protractor on the side where the bullet went in, that's pretty easy to identify in your sketch.
Right.
And went to, what was the first one, how many degrees? I'm sorry, I can't remember it either.
Was 41 degrees. 41 degrees.
41 degrees on your sketch. You could follow the trajectory of that bullet out, correct?
Yes.
You do the same thing on the doghouse.
Right.
Okay. Wait 1 second.
Three days later.
I have not seen the wife's family in court. I don't know their faces very well, though. So if you guys see them, let me know. I know we went over some pictures before, but I wonder what Alex was like in. I figure if I'm going to get demonetized, I might as well play all the video sounds. Hey, love you.
So, how about show that real quick?
We're all lost. We don't know what he's getting at.
Yes.
How about do me a favor and keep track of what the different angles are, because I'll never remember when you get down here. So, if you step down, please. Now, let's get this oriented correctly. Is the doghouse on this? Okay, I'm disoriented. I'm looking at it upside down. Okay, so if you, does protractor work for you? It's got a little thing that allows you to, okay. If you take it and let's go from the
Let me describe a
quail,
protractor to the woman who uses one professionally for a job.
Oh, here it is, small animal cage. And the projectile came in on this side over here, correct? Okay, so if you'll come over here for me, please. And put the projector in put the protractor.
Myra, I think the dentist appointment might be preferable for most of us here. This is painful to watch.
Did that go?
41 degrees.
Okay, could you put that on 41 degrees?
About 41.
Okay, and could you take that line out for me, please? Is there a way for you to draw that? This is a pretty fine point Sharpie. Okay, I'm going to hold this down if you'll draw that line for me, please.
Now they're drawing all over the exhibit. But the state did make this, or the defense did make this exhibit. It's a blown up version of
what was the degrees on that?
Of her report, 84. Which is not to scale, which is weird. So I'm not sure why this will be useful.
Okay. And how about draw a line for that for me, please, from the side of the doghouse?
No, I think I'm good still. We're just
That's okay.
we're switching up feeds a little bit, and sometimes they get a little picky about that and
Okay. Now,
strike out at
I'll
me.
take that easel now. Okay. If you just step over there for a second.
She's like, they're doing the tango. They're all over the place. That paper looks like someone sat on it. Okay, so that's the picture we need. That's the resolution we want as well.
Now,
Is that steady? Yeah.
I wonder if Paul Murdaugh would have done a better job representing himself as far as the presentation goes. Obviously, I don't recommend that for anybody.
If you look at the photographs and you look at, well, you look at this.
There's a lawsuit.
Feed room door is approximately right here, correct?
That's right.
Would you circle that with a red circle for me, please? Okay. And the trajectory on both these shots, so let's take the small animal cage. Did that come from anywhere near the feed room?
Doesn't appear to have, no.
It would have been up, if you follow that out. Are you familiar with where that grapevine was? If you're looking at the feed room all the way to the right?
Here somewhere?
Well, it was, I think, a little bit further up than that, but even maybe beyond that. One of the shots fired by that AR, blackout, was fired from somewhere way up here, correct? I mean, that's the trajectory.
Doesn't mean, I can't tell you the distance it was from the animal cage to wherever. I can't tell you where the shooter was within that line.
But that line is way away from the right?
Right.
And this one, while it's closer, it's still many feet away from the feed door.
Yes.
So as you saw this area right here that night, you assumed, I think not assumed, but everyone sort of concluded that it was a relatively close shot into the feed room that killed Paul, correct? 2 shots.
I believe so.
Okay. Now the AR, at least this line would indicate the AR was some distance away from the feed room when those 2 shots were fired, correct? Okay. Now you recovered these projectiles. Were they tested for blood or tissue so that you could determine whether they passed through Maggie or just were misses?
I submitted it to the lab.
You don't know whether they tested them or not. If I told you they didn't test them, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. Now, does this lead you to believe, and you're someone that processes crime scenes, I mean, if this had been sketched out the night of the I mean, you didn't take these measurements till a month later.
I took these measurements on scene the night of.
Oh, so you had these measurements?
Right.
But did you know the degrees?
No, that I didn't know.
Until July 12th. But on July 12th, did anyone go back out and walk this line to see if maybe there's shell casings way up here? No one looked up there, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and no one did a topographical study to indicate, if you follow these lines back, whether wherever a shooter could have been were higher or lower than the doghouse or the small animal cage, right?
I think he could have started with these questions.
But doesn't this indicate to you there were 2 shooters? There was a shooter up here and a shooter down here? Is it a possibility? Well, let me say this. Is it a possibility that there are 2 shooters based on the data you collected?
It just indicated there was movement to me.
Movement from here all the way up to here?
I don't know that it went all the way up there.
But is it, I'm not telling you, I mean, one explanation would be movement, correct?
Yes.
One explanation would be 2 shooters. I'm sorry? Yes?
I wasn't there when it
No. But one explanation of this data would be 2 shooters.
This is the grassy knoll.
One explanation, not the one.
Lady Writer.
Yeah, not the only one. But it is a reasonable explanation, just like one shooter running up that way, correct?
Sure.
So one of the reasonable explanations is there are two people there, there are two guns there, one's a shotgun, one's an AR, and we now see that that AR is being shot from way up here, correct?
No.
No. It's somewhere along that line.
And that line goes
He's
a dozen,
saying
2
because
dozen, 3 dozen yards from
I want
the
to stop and
if you
just
follow it straight up.
I don't know where they were within that line.
Could someone have been a lookout there? They went there to kill Paul, and that's the lookout. Maggie surprised them. They thought she was gone.
I have no idea.
Reasonable though, right? Right?
I have no idea. I wasn't there.
I know you weren't there, but none of us were there. We're trying to figure out what happened that night. And clearly, one reasonable explanation is 2 shooters. One explanation.
okay. So he's asking these questions because she is an expert and she can speculate. So he's trying to get her to say that this is a,
I'd like to offer this into evidence.
Okay, so oh my goodness. All right, so you've got they've entered basically. You've got a trajectory rod that goes up at a certain
I'm
angle.
sorry. Your Honor, I'm offering this into evidence.
Says the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
The state doesn't object. So you've got this trajectory rod that shows the hole. It goes up at an angle, and he's saying if you follow this line way up there, that means the shooter was all the way out there. It's like a ray. Okay, a ray continues forever. So he said you can follow this line way over there, and that means the shooter was way over there, which means there were 2 people. And she's like, no, he could have been anywhere. He could have been like, almost point blank, right there along this line, anywhere along those points. It just means that somebody moved. The fact that there was a bullet going down, the fact there was a bullet going over does not mean that we're 2 different shooters. Yeah. Okay. I think she held her own. The other shooter was hiding behind the moon as a lookout. Yeah. The fact that it's not to scale, and then he's drawing those conclusions from it. They never even used the board that they just set up. Now they're putting it away again. The wrinkled paper. Yeah, it's frustrating. They've got to have something better than that. But I'm glad at least he got to his point. Yeah, seriously. There was a hot air balloon passing by that night, and the shooter was in the hot air balloon. It's reasonable, right? It could happen. That one bullet could have been the killing blow.
Check your report on the doghouse shot. You testified it was 80-something degrees, right?
84 degrees.
It's not 90-something degrees?
I had 84.
He's measuring the wrong side of the angle? Or did she measure the wrong side of the angle? She caught a mistake on it. Let's see.
Beg the court's indulgence. Let me look at these exhibits for 1 second.
Yeah, so it's possible. That's what he went at, But the fact that one bullet has it covered a different trajectory than another does not mean there were 2 shooters. Yes, it is a possible conclusion, but that wouldn't be enough evidence to say thus there were 2 shooters. Seriously.
Okay, let me show you defense exhibits 19 and 22. Are these the actual protractor measurements you did that?
Of the animal cage.
He doesn't know what it's
both
called.
of them are of the animal cage?
Yes.
Okay. And did you do the same measurements?
There's so many cases, Johnny Law, so many cases. I think this 90-degree issue.
On the doghouse.
I'm not sure if it's marked on the right side of the angle.
What does that indicate?
If it's either obtuse or acute, we'll see.
You mean, what is this?
No, what is the angle based on that?
Rhonda, welcome to the gallery. Thanks for becoming a member.
80-something.
Okay. You have in your notes, let me see what you have in your notes you recorded.
Tag, this is crossed. This is the state's witness. and it's a painful.
And that's, where's your full report?
This is all the notes.
Yeah, I'm looking for the sketch, though.
Look at Mr. Murdaugh. You can tell he's frustrated. He's like, what is going on here?
Hey, where's the doghouse? What does the horizontal 96 degrees mean?
Not sure why that says 96.
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure why it says 96 if I had 84.
In your crime scene notes?
That's right.
But you wrote down, your official report said 96 degrees.
My note said 84 degrees.
Well, did you just... The notes were taken at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
So 96 plus 84 is 180. So if they're measuring, and she measures the obtuse angle instead of the acute angle, that's...
Let me move on.
It would be inside versus outside measurement.
Let me say this to you. Based on your calculations, both of those shots came well to the right, if you're facing the feed room, well to the right of where the feed room is, correct?
Thereabouts.
I'm sorry?
Thereabouts, yes.
Thereabouts?
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
So I'm trying to look for some concise, you're a criminalist. You would agree with me that they did not come from the feed room, or
right.
the vicinity of the feed room, and they're literally yards away from the feed room, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to beat that horse anymore. So let's talk a little bit
because we
about...
have been beating a dead horse all morning.
Footprints, okay?
Okay.
So I noticed in your report, correct me if I'm wrong, that you were unable to identify, either exclude or include, a number of different footprints in and around the feed room, bloody footprints, and other footprints, because of the quality of the photography. Is that correct?
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes.
I'm sorry?
I was able to attribute them to Paul's shoes, though.
Well, we'll talk about Paul's shoes in just a minute. But when you, what's the process to take a photograph of footwear or imprint that's recognized by a number of different agencies, including the FBI? What's that process?
Place a scale, and preferably an L scale, around the impression and document it with the camera parallel to the surface so you get a straight-on shot.
He's not
put
listening.
the camera in RAW settings so you capture all the data with that photograph.
So let me ask you, so the process is, first of all, you take a general photograph of the impression, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter what angle, doesn't matter what the lighting is at that point, correct?
If you're just documenting that it's there.
But when you go to take a photograph of a footprint for forensic analysis later on to compare it to a known shoe, you're supposed to do a couple things. One, you're supposed to have good lighting if you can get it, right?
Preferably.
Two, you're supposed to put a scale down next to it so that later on you can, because you need to understand how big or how small the foot is and the distance between the treads. So the scale's a little, like a little ruler, just a piece of a ruler that you put down next to it to get some idea what an inch looks like, what 2 inches look like. And that's really important, is it not?
It is, to make sure it's to scale.
Okay. And then you're supposed to do a photograph straight down on it with good lighting, so that you can you understand what you're seeing is a straight-on impression, correct?
That's right.
Now, was that done on any of the impressions that y'all analyzed?
No, we didn't recognize on scene.
I'm sorry?
We didn't recognize on scene that there was footwear.
You didn't recognize on scene there was what?
Footwear impressions in the room.
Well, that brings up another topic.
I don't know,
there
Charlie.
There was what appeared to may have been a footwear impression.
I've been the recipient
on Maggie's
of them.
Calf, correct?
I couldn't say that that was a footwear impression, just an impression.
Well, there was something on her leg that could have been a footwear impression, correct?
Possibly.
Possibly. And again, they didn't put a scale, they didn't do any of this procedure, correct?
That's right.
And it was in dirt.
Yes.
So, or mud, one. And so, once her body was removed from the scene, that examination could never be done, correct?
That's right.
Matter of fact, none of the impressions could be examined after the next day at best, correct?
Not physically.
Right. I mean, you couldn't go back out and take new photographs.
Right.
So the procedures followed were not the procedures recommended by every agency and in your agency, correct?
If I had realized that was footwear on scene, I would have documented it properly, yes.
Okay. But since it wasn't documented properly, we can't include or exclude, except for Paul's, correct?
That's right.
Now, are you a certified footwear examiner?
Yes.
By who?
Well, within SLED, yes.
I'm sorry?
Within SLED.
Within SLED, but you not peer reviewed or?
Oh, yes, I am peer reviewed.
By somebody at SLED?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is that one set of those footwear impressions is Paul facing the back of the feed room, right?
Right.
And yet we know, and they're bloody, so he's already been shot.
Right.
And we know the initial shot came buckshot, very small pattern, in his chest and came out underneath his left arm. Matter of fact, there was wadding under his left arm, and buckshot went through the back window and embedded in the windowsill. You documented that, right?
Right.
And then I think some of it embedded in a tree back behind that window, correct?
I think, yes.
And he's facing backwards. Bloody footprints.
Thank you,
Has
Abby.
anyone discussed with you how he got faced away from where he was shot?
No.
Were the footprints smudged as if he was turning?
And there was blood dripping. He was stepping in the blood and leaving his own footwear impressions in the blood. I don't know that it was smeared necessarily.
Well, we also know that a second shot, literally his head exploded, his brain flew out. We know there's hair and blood all over that door up high. There's actually hair and blood and pieces of his skull in the ceiling and around him. Assuming the first shot would not have been immediately fatal because it didn't hit any critical organs, he would have been alive for some period of time after that shotgun blast to the chest. But the second shot, as you've seen in the pictures, and you were there that night, wasn't his brain laying at his feet?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
I'm sorry?
It was beside his left leg, yes.
Yeah. And his feet are just, one of them is just inside the feed room and the other's not.
Yes.
And he's face down.
Right.
So you can't explain how he got shot in the front when he's at some point soon thereafter is facing backwards.
I can't say which way he was facing when he was actually shot. The second shot, he was right there at the door. I can tell you that.
So he got from facing the back door after he was shot, the back window, to facing forward for the second shot. Is that right?
Right.
Has anyone from SLED briefed you on after you identified those footprints?
No.
They didn't ask for any explanation?
Not for me, no.
Okay, and you would agree that because of the way the scene was processed, most of the footprints you were unable to do any comparison to because of the way the pictures were?
No, right? I was able to do a comparison and they were mostly Paul's shoes.
Other than those two?
Thank you.
There was one right inside the door.
You're amazing.
There was one further to the left where the door was. Then there were at least 2 by marker 1.
And correct me if I'm wrong, at least one of those bloody
awful.
footprints initially identified as Paul's turned out to be a police officer's, isn't that correct?
It wasn't initially identified as Paul's, no.
But there was a bloody footprint near his that turned out to be law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
In the feed room?
Right.
In blood? Is that preservation of the scene that your standards require?
Not exactly, no.
Not exactly? Should the police be walking through the scene?
No.
Do we know what other evidence they may have destroyed?
It's a good question.
I have no idea.
That's right, we don't. Now,
So he establishes the doubt, gets her to admit that something was wrong that happened, and says, you know, because of that, we have possibly damaged evidence. We've lost some evidence, and do we know? And that's evidence that there may possibly be more that was damaged that we'll never know. Possibly that that would set my, as exculpatory evidence.
have you seen this photograph before? Can you identify it?
Ginger, thank you so much. You're amazing. Would not be the same here without
Not
you.
one that we took.
But does it appear to be in the area you've been describing?
Close, yes. It's in the feed room.
So you don't know whose feet those are?
No.
Okay.
Lindsay, I think with
Did
the
you
shotgun
check
blast,
other
they can really,
foot impressions
because of the direction of
in the feed room and
spatter,
exclude Paul?
they could determine at least which way he was
No.
facing.
There were other bloody footprints or impressions in the feed room. Did you identify them as Paul's?
I thought I accounted for all the ones that we knew of.
Okay. Now, make sure this is not already in evidence, Your Honor.
Yeah, Lindsay, the wadding, is that your question?
We looked
KQD
at
has a good explanation
Offense
here.
exhibit number 2, and we need to cover the screens.
We can cover this more if you need. You use your highlighted chat, DMB, to request more hunky cop witnesses. I'll forward it on and see where it goes. So we can't see the screens here. We've got to wait.
You don't have a number on it. You got it? Okay. Can you put it on the big screen? Okay. So we've talked about this previously just a moment ago. I'm going to put it up here so we can blow it up. Okay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Is that the way you saw Maggie that night?
it is.
Now, how about zoom in on her calf, right there, yep. Now, somebody, even that night we see in notes, thinks that could be a footwear impression, or it could be something else, correct?
I couldn't determine what kind of impression it was. No.
Okay. But you would agree with me, there is something on the back of her leg that has some sort of pattern in it?
It is, yes.
Okay. Not naturally occurring pattern.
Right.
And this is the only photograph you received that night, or you received ever, of Maggie's calf, correct?
That's not the photo I used at all.
I'm sorry?
That's not the photograph I used at all for my footwear examination.
What photograph did you use?
So that's bad. This is the only photograph you've ever seen of this, right? Nope, I have another one.
420.
420?
420.
You got it? Okay.
No
put that one
significance
up.
whatsoever, guys.
And
No
then we'll see if you
significance.
can identify it. Is that 420?
Little Miss,
Yes.
reach out to me on the burner phone. I'll send you the picture
We'd
you're
like to offer
requesting.
photograph 420 into evidence, Your Honor.
The dog handler picture, right, from the
No objection. We just
previous
asked
witness.
to see the photo before it's offered.
It's admitted.
Thank you. I don't have it. We'll get it. Do we have a, Holly, we got a hard copy of that? Thank you. We'll get it to you in just a minute. So, can you come down here for just a second, please? Yes. How about point to the jury where that impression is on her leg?
This whole area right here.
And it has, if you blow it up, you can see some regular lines as opposed to irregular, right?
Yes.
Which would indicate some, not natural, but when I say unnatural, man-made something caused that, correct?
There's a distinct pattern to it.
Okay. Now, were you able to, why were you not able to get significant definition to compare it to a footwear?
I felt like I had enough definition, I just couldn't attribute it to any type of footwear.
Any type of footwear?
As far as any type of shoe, I wasn't able to attribute it to a specific type of shoe.
Okay, now, and you would agree with me, there's no scale.
Right.
There's no multiple pictures of this from different angles for the purpose of giving you the more definition so you can make a comparison, correct?
There's not.
So this was not done according to procedure.
I mean, I didn't know about this on scene.
Yeah, but as your photographers take pictures, aren't they, I mean, wouldn't it be good just to put down a scale, no matter what?
If I'd seen that.
You need to know what you're taking a picture of,
But, I
put a
mean,
scale next to it.
A lot of these photographs are taken without you present, correct?
No, I was there.
You were there for that photograph?
Yes.
And did you notice the mud on her leg?
No.
But as you look at it now, you agree that a better photograph taken under the procedures of SLED and the FBI and everybody else could have given you a better ability to match it to a piece of footwear, correct?
I don't know that a better photograph would have given me better results. I think I saw enough of it to know I wasn't going to be able to attribute it to a type of footwear.
Without a straight-on shot, without a scale, without all the things recommended.
I couldn't even say it was a footwear impression. I just called it an impression.
But based on that photograph.
Yes.
Which is not a photograph done to compare footwear.
Not ideal, no.
Not ideal. It's not. There's no. The standards say that is not within the standards. Correct.
Objection, argumentative.
First objection from the state today.
Can you answer the question?
Go ahead.
Ruled.
There's a lawsuit.
The question is.
The question is. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you understand the question?
Yes.
What's the answer?
It would be better to take the photograph properly with a scale.
Thank
But
you,
you would
Kathy.
concede this was not taken pursuant. And what you're saying is no one appreciated the fact that it was a footwear or could be a footwear impression that night. So no one treated it like a piece of footwear.
Right.
But we know that same night they didn't treat any suspected footwear according to procedures, correct? No scale, no multiple pictures, no 90-degree, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take a stand.
They've made the box a little bit bigger. They've folded it flat so it covers the complete screen. Previously, the box, well, it was in the lid shape, revealed just the edges of the screen. So they fixed that so Alex doesn't see any of it now.
Let me see if I can find these pictures. Did you participate in processing Alex's T-shirt, shorts, and shoes?
The T-shirt and shorts, yes.
Okay, and
Here we
what
go.
did you do with that?
As far as the LCD,
Yeah.
we documented the entire process from start to finish, starting with the packaging that the shirt was in, took the shirt out of the package, photographed it front and back, inside and out, to show how it was before we did anything to it. Then we hung it up and applied the LCV, which is a liquid spray. Any stains that we saw after using the spray, we documented those with photographs without scale, and then we photoed with the scale. Then we laid the shirt flat and photographed each of those stains on the shirt. It was stains A through H on the front and stains I and J on the back. We labeled those A through H, I and J with the scale and photographed each one of them before we did anything else.
Let me show you a couple photographs. Any objections?
Okay, we're finally getting to the shirt, and this will be a contentious topic, I think.
Doug, 19A, please.
Yes.
The mysterious document fairy
Is
is
that
hard
the
at
shirt
work
you
on
saw it that
Discord.
night?
Not that night, no.
When did you see it?
When we processed it at the lab.
Okay. So you would agree with me that this shirt has, it doesn't look like it just came back from the laundry. It's got smudges down here and generally stains here and there, correct?
Not completely clean.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's it. It's not completely clean, correct?
Right.
And then I'd offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
31.
I think the photos were of Maggie. It was a blown
Tell
up
me
picture, I believe.
what this is, please.
After we had sprayed the shirt with LCV, we laid it in a grid to account for where on the shirt each stain was.
And there seems to be something on the bottom that looks like a handprint, does it not?
I didn't see a handprint. That was on the body cam footage where he was wiping his face with the shirt right there.
Offer this into evidence. Can I have that 19, I'm sorry, let me see what it is. What does it say at the bottom? KNM 3282.
I believe the shirt was destroyed through this manner of testing forensically. Meaning it
Okay,
can't
and
be
we
retested.
agree that you did this with LCV, right? That's what they call a presumptive test. It could be human blood. It could also be animal blood. It also could be detergent.
Objection, Your Honor. Could we ask one question at a time?
I was trying to summary, but I'll do it.
Okay.
Could it be something other something other than human blood?
It doesn't determine whether it's human or not.
Right. So it could be animal blood.
It's possible.
Could be detergent. Detergent oftentimes.
Bleach maybe.
Bleach. Okay. What about organic matter like plants?
The only two I know of really is bleach and rust.
Rust?
Right.
Okay. But there are other things that will, and that's why you do a confirmatory test.
Right.
And that's done with hemotrace.
I'm not sure how. I don't do that part. So.
Well, do you know what the results were when they treated it with hemotrace?
I'm not sure, no.
You never saw the report?
No.
No human blood found? Okay, now, did you test his shorts?
We did the same procedure with the shorts.
And there some presumptive, some indication that it was human blood or something else, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether they ran a confirmatory test on that?
I'm not. I assume they did. I'm not
Did
sure.
you? Well, but you don't know.
Right.
Do you know whether, did you use LCV on the shorts or did you use something else?
We used LCV.
Okay. Did you do the shoes?
No.
Beg the court's indulgence, one moment, please. Maybe almost.
That's awesome. I love On Patrol Live. It's a good channel for for that sort of stuff. Lindsay, great point. The evidence presented to the blood spatter expert at first was not in raw form. We're talking about raw, the file format of the photographs. He was approached a second time by SLED and given the raw photo of the shirt, and that showed the spatter. Okay, so for those that aren't photographers, raw is basically the camera recording every bit of information it possibly can about the image. There's no compression. It's a huge file type because there's so much information there. It can really be dug into and analyzed a lot better than, say, like a JPEG, where it's compressed down to a nice, neat file, and it looks good for, like posted on the internet or, texting to your friend, but it doesn't have that information that can really allow you to manipulate the image and draw out subtle things that RAW would be able to capture. So that's when we talk about RAW, that's what they're talking about, the raw image format. And most professionals will shoot in RAW.
Beg the court's indulgence, we're trying to make sure when.
Just trying to stall forever. It's a good view of the courtroom here. You can see almost to the jury. See just the very corner of the jury box. Bless you. Every time the lawyer spends some time wandering around looking for stuff, Mr. Murdaugh leans over and talks to his other lawyer and seems to be frustrated with it.
Let me put up on the screen. I'll give you
I think he feels like they're not very organized.
Copy of it, if she can identify it, okay? And I think she can. Go ahead and put it up. Go ahead and put it up. It's number 217.
Yeah, he's on his groove now. He's moving.
Not very bright. Is that a picture that you took?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd offer this picture into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, could you step down here, please?
Hey, Tom, send me a link to the burner phone. I like underwater stuff. I'd love to take a look at it.
So the angle, this is the doghouse. What's the angle on this?
Approximately 84, 83.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure we all were on singing from the same sheet of music, even though you wrote down 96 in your report, correct?
In my diagram of that, yes.
Right. The official report. The official.
My official notes say 84 degrees.
But I'm talking about what we got. But, I mean, we got your notes also, but in your printed document, you said 96.
On the diagram, yes.
Yes. But it's only 84.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Not a big deal. She wrote down the opposite angle. 120 degrees possible. She wrote down the obtuse instead of the acute.
So, and again, maybe I need to check you on this, but the angle from the doghouse, you seem to indicate is going still to the right of the dog kennels. But, and let me check it out, just 1 second. I'm not sure you got this right.
2 very boring minutes later.
What? Was that me? Dick is the first name of the lawyer who's doing the cross-exam here. There you go.
Any further questions?
Your Honor, give me 2 seconds here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand for a moment.
The judge is tired of this. I think we're gonna see sooner rather than later the judge make some comments to the attorneys about getting organized, not wasting the jury's time and his time. Awesome, Tony. Glad you got the mug. I'm drinking out of the red mug today, which reminds me I need to stay hydrated. You didn't see it because it was just off camera, but I filled it up this morning. I let you all listen, and then for some reason I forgot it was filled up, and I grabbed a water bottle and tried to fill it again, and I filled it right to the top and just about spilled, but I did not.
Okay. If you'll proceed.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right.
Hang on. He said he had 3 hours of questions, and he's... Wow. Let's see how well the state can bring this all back around.
All right, Agent Burley. Let's see.
So the jury's looking at that picture.
We
That's
saw this big diagram and then some other diagrams that you prepared. What was the purpose of you preparing all these diagrams?
Show for that one where the evidence was in relation to each other, where the victims were in relation to the evidence, where the kennels were and the workshop overhang, measurements, all the other diagrams, the doghouse, the animal cage, were to show more measurements of where the bullet defects were.
Would those be done for reconstructive purposes?
That's right.
And was that really done here on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And in this diagram, what? Defense Exhibit 29, we see 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And what were those? What did those indicate?
Those were 300 blackout cartridge cases.
And this is not to scale, is that right?
No, not at all.
So what does that mean if something's not to scale?
It's not like an inch on there is not an inch in real life. It's just an approximation of where everything was in relation to each other.
So it may not correspond to the actual dimensions of things on the scene.
Right.
Now, are you aware that there was stippling on the victim, Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And what does it mean if there's stippling on a victim?
It's a close gunshot. She was shot close range.
And the defense asked you about some different possibilities here. It's possible that people can move around?
Yes.
And it's also possible that one person could have had 2 guns.
That's right.
All right. Then we talked a lot about footprints. Let's see here.
looks like pink badges today are purple, right? They're mixing it up. We had a yellow on Friday, if I remember correctly.
In the feed room, was there a bunch of bloody footprints?
There were.
It's going so fast.
One of the things that's kind of gotten disarray over here, if I could have a moment.
She's throwing him under the bus. The Alex has representation. As such, he will not be questioning people himself. He may testify on the stand in his own defense, but I don't believe he can take a part in this.
to show you State's Exhibit 35. Are those the bloody footprints in the feed room?
2 of them, yes.
And those were determined to be the footprints of Paul Murdaugh?
Right.
And now, just to be clear, I mean, in this picture, we aren't seeing like 5 sets of other bloody footprints.
No.
So you talked about some other footprints in the feed room. Could you kind of elaborate on that?
Closer to the door, there was one, and also closer to the door, the actual physical door, there was one, a partial impression.
Okay. And did you determine who those footprints belonged to?
Those were consistent with Paul's shoes.
And is it possible that after SLED took some crime scene photos and moved Paul's body, that someone could have come in along later and stepped in?
Your Honor, we.
Objection is overruled.
Is it possible that if there were more prints in there, that those could have been after SLED's pictures were taken?
Speculation.
Objection is overruled.
I suppose so, yes.
And we also talked about footprints in States 194 and 195. Why couldn't you do anything with those footprints?
I was not made aware of those footwear impressions until June 15th, when I saw one of those photographs.
So you didn't take any of these pictures while you were out there at the scene?
No, it was on the other side of the workshop.
And we have no way to know when these footprints occurred?
Right.
Now, the defense showed us a picture of that dirt on the back of Maggie Murdaugh's leg. Do we even know if that's a shoe print?
No.
Yeah, taken by her. As long as they were taken by her.
Agent Farley, if you could please take a look at States Exhibit 70 and 71.
We still have cross
Could you tell
again.
us what those are pictures of?
So he
These are
could take
pictures
longer.
of the front of the ATV that was parked near Maggie's body.
Your Honor, the
was just
state
round
removed
one.
70 and 71 into evidence.
Okay.
Admitted without objection.
So if we look here at Defense Exhibit 9,
Nick, you won the internet this morning.
can you point out where the
I'm not
ATV
sure if that's news to you,
was
but
there
congratulations.
the night of the murders?
That photo was taken on July 16th.
But where were the photos or the ATVs on the night of the ATV on the night of the murders?
under that overhang behind the doghouse.
This time I'm going to publish Tate's Exhibit 70. Where was Maggie Murdaugh's body in relation to this ATV?
Would be toward the right of the ATV.
So it was kind of in front of the ATV?
Yeah.
And did you observe any kind of biological matter on that ATV?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit 71, could you kind of point out or describe for the jury where you can see spots of biological matter?
Do you want me to step down?
Your Honor, may she step down?
Yep, Nick, you were first in chat, so you won the internet.
Appears to be
Congratulations.
biological matter. Did she test? Was it tested?
I have to hear the question before I can hear an objection.
Go ahead.
Agent Forley, if you could please point out for the jury where it would appear to be biological matter or tissue on that ATV.
Object to the question. I object to the response because it was never tested. It appears, and it could be deer blood, it could be a number of different things. This
Biological
calls for
matter.
speculation.
Deer blood is
Objections
biological
overruled.
matter.
These areas right here, a little there, there. I believe there was a little bit on this tire also.
Thank you, Agent Forley.
You were here all night. That's awesome. Keeping the bench warm. Somebody had to do it.
Further cross-examination.
Well, you would concede, I mean, if you saw that, but you not, I mean, it looked like blood?
Yes.
Did you test it for blood?
No.
Gather, swab something so you could take it back to the lab and see if it was Maggie's blood, Paul's blood, deer blood? I mean, they hunt in those ATVs, right?
I have no idea what they do in those.
You don't know if they hunt using ATVs? Really? Is that one of the things you're aware that's done with those?
I am now, yes.
Okay. But the night you saw that blood, you didn't take a swab of it, or whatever you thought was blood, didn't swab it?
No, I didn't.
As a matter of fact,
run
there's
deer
a
over
pool
with
of
the ATVs.
water around Paul. Did anyone ask you to take a sample of that?
No.
Determine whether or not there was human blood in it?
No.
Okay. Now, I'm looking at your shoe report. You specifically say on a number of these that the photograph is inadequate to do a comparison, right?
I was able to, my result was, it was adequate enough to determine outsole design. I couldn't.
I'm sorry, adequate to do what?
To determine the outsole design of the impression. I wouldn't have been able to identify it.
Okay, on Paul's, the ones you've already said he was facing backwards, did you say that you had partials and at one point you didn't know which way the foot was facing? Did you say that?
I'm not sure.
Did you come to any conclusions about any of the other, I mean, did you match his footwear to any of the other bloody impressions in that feed room?
Yes.
Which ones?
The one by the door, like right in front of the doorway.
What's the number of that?
.105.1.
I'm sorry?
Item 105.1. It's facing the doorway.
It says that the outsole design is consistent with item 103, Paul's shoe. So you also say that the way you got scale was, in some of these were evidence markers, and then you figured out how big the evidence marker was, and that's what you used to get to scale.
The marker and the shot shells at markers 9 and 10 were measured. Yes.
Okay. And that's not the best way to do it, is it?
No.
And in terms of the sketch we had, a pretty crude sketch, but have you ever been asked by SWED or the Attorney General's office to do this trajectory analysis that I asked you to do today?
No, but I don't necessarily do crime scene reconstruction.
Who does?
I'm not sure. We don't necessarily do that ourselves. We process crime scenes and document it, but we don't do reconstructions.
But no one has consulted with you about a reconstruction. No one's come from SWED and said, let's go over these angles, or, you know, how did you conduct this, or nobody's asked you.
No.
Have you ever had a conversation with anybody from the Attorney General's office about this?
No, I don't think so.
Did they ever talk to you about the video we showed a little while ago, of the process you all used to try to make a 3D?
Not with me. with others who rendered the Pharaoh software, the video.
They talked to people that did the Pharaoh?
Yeah, I believe so.
What?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know who that was and who they talked to?
No.
Do you know when that was?
Not really, no.
So they'd have a 3D image of the crime scene, and you don't know when they got it or what they did with it. They never talked to you about it.
No.
Beg the court's indulgence.
There's lots of indulgence begging going on. It is true that an ATV is a commonly used vehicle
down
for hunting. Hey, we're done with the witness. We're making progress. It's not used like they generally don't chase down deer in an ATV and shoot from it. ATVs are loud.
The jury room for a 10-minute recess.
And deer don't like
Please
loud
announce
noises.
that's the case.
They tend to run away from them, unless they're like cars on the freeway and tend to jump in front of them. But it sounds to me like if they have 1,700 acres and they've got dogs and things like that, they're not going to be like spotlighting deer. The questions are a little all over the place. I think they give us an indication of where he's going to go with some other witnesses. As we get to the right witness for some of these questions, I think we'll see these questions come up again. I think the defense is onto something. The prosecution has a hill to climb, right? They have to prove this, and it's not. Let's wait and see if the judge says anything after the jury's out. But yeah, making her look bad by asking her questions she shouldn't know the answer to. She's done a pretty good job of basically saying that's not my job, that's not what we do. We just do this. But he has got her to say several times, admit to knowing that something exists and saying I've never seen it, or this was done the wrong way, or that's not the best way. So I think he got all he could out of that witness in terms of doubt, but I don't think it's adding up to a lot yet. He needs more work to do. He needs to do more work. They use ATVs to drag the deer back to the place to butcher them. Lots of blood can get on their ATVs. Yeah. I've seen people use ATVs to help hoist the deer up to do a field dressing. As a jury member, I'm unimpressed with that witness's work. I have questions now thanks to the defense. Okay, so the defense did their job in your mind, Red Pen. Yeah, Olivia, Jensen's was pretty spicy, and that one still is going on. We might, if something big happens, we might do an evening summary of that, but I'm probably not going to watch it live just because you never know where it's going to go. Lots of spiciness in that trial. I think the expert witness was credible. She wasn't a one-member unit. Is an ATV like a tow truck? It has a winch on it. Winch with an I, not an E. And so the winch is often used to lift things, using a pulley or up over a branch or something like that. Prosecution hasn't proven much, in my opinion, says Tom. I have to listen with Bluetooth earbuds while I take care of other things, and I find my mind drifting off. Most of the time, the trial is the only thing I can focus on. Well, Olivia, glad you're here with us. Defense is throwing everything at the wall to see what will stick, which is a good strategy. ATV is like a four-wheeler, etc., small off-road vehicle. Yeah, generally the UTV, the side-by-sides, they seat 2, 4, sometimes 6, 5, 6 people, depending on the size of the side-by-side. And I haven't seen pictures of theirs. An ATV is generally a single seat that sometimes can have 2 people, one right behind the other. It's sort of motorcycle style, but it's a vehicle for off-roading. Ivan, good to have you here. We just had the cross-examination of the witness we had Friday. the expert that had for the tire tracks, shoe print analysis, things like that. So we had a little cross-examination. It went sort of slowly for about probably the first hour, and then we got a few good questions in from the defense at the end. Pointed out one little mistake on her diagram that disagreed with her notes, but it's not a deal killer for me. Pointed out a few things that were done by not best practices. So we'll see. We're on to the next witness, though. She's done. So we've got a 10-minute break right now, just a few minutes more. Causing confusion can lead to reasonable doubt. Yes, Jimmy May, that's their job. They don't have to prove anything. Defense has nothing to prove. That's not their job. But if they can leave that mentally, that door open for someone to come to a conclusion that's different from what the state is saying, that is reasonable doubt. And they only need to do that, in the minds of one juror who's going to hold tight to it. Son is scheduled to testify today in the Jensen trial. Yep, that's going to happen. But we'll get all the questions. My grandpa has an ATV equipped with an electric motor lift, and they draw the deer up on it and then drive it to the processing shed. The deer and all its bloody stuff flopping around. Yep. So it's got like that one would have like a bed of a little truck bed type thing. It sounds like a utility ATV. I want a winch on my ATV. Yeah, winches are separate. Winches are typically installed as regular equipment. The winches you're on your own on that one. We're getting further and further into the experts. I think there'll be more forensics for sure as far as the bullet analysis and things. We've mostly just covered people who have gathered the evidence and have done initial processing or documenting. That was the first CSI witness. Jensen's spicy this morning. It's been spicy for a lot of days. Tim, it is like a golf court on steroids. Basically, they ride a little higher off the ground. Typically, the tires have additional traction, like deeper tread on it for grip in rougher surfaces, and they are geared differently, and usually not electric, although you can get electric ones. Apparently, we all need to go for ATV rides. Maybe we could arrange one at a dealership. We'll all just go down and take a spin in the parking lot, just get an idea of what they're talking about. Usually, you can do that for free. If you go down and pretend you're going to buy one, they'll let you give it a little ride. But always, if you're going to buy one, I would recommend a training course. Some states actually require you to have a training course before you can ride them if you're under a certain age. That age means 16, by the way, so there's not many of us qualify there. I think forensics will be mind-blowing. You missed good nap time, yes. There were some slow parts. Do you have any ORV parks near you? Always wanted to go to a rocking racing event. Quite honestly, 6-foot plus. I think the closest one near me is a lawnmower racing facility where you can race lawnmowers, because that's a thing. As far as ATVs go, they're more. I mean, if you have a lot of land, they're great. They're great work vehicles. They're great farm vehicles. They're great hunting vehicles. But where I'm at in eastern North Carolina, there is very little public land that you can ride them on. Out west, it's different. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of acres of public land, whether it's BLM or what have you, Forest Service, that you can ride your ATVs and UTVs on, and motorcycles and everything. So they're a lot more popular where I lived before out west than they are here. You're more likely to see a trailer with lawnmowers on it than you are ATVs here. Sounds like you came in at a decent time. Yeah, hopefully it gets excited here. ATV is a quad. Nems Girl says, my vote's still innocent. Not convinced yet. That's awesome. Keep our minds open. We still have a lot of evidence to hear. If anyone's interested, there are Murdaugh jails calls between Alex and Buster. On those calls make Alex look bad and guilty for sure. Yeah, those calls, you can hear a lot of them on the Murdaugh Murder podcast, which you can find on YouTube. So great listening. Just type Murdaugh Murder podcast and jail calls, and you'll hear some of them. UTVs have gotten more expensive than small cars. They have. Some of the really nice ones are very expensive. There are some states that actually allow you to drive them on the road, like license them like a regular vehicle. You put turn signal, a horn, a little windshield, and you're good to go. But it's really just the same thing you would normally take off road. So they get a little cold during the wintertime because they're typically more open than a vehicle, which will allow you to have heating and stuff like that. But some people treat them like cars. Three-wheelers are also ATVs, but they don't make them anymore since they were so easily rolled. I rolled one myself, Charlie. Nice condition, 80s three-wheeler is a gem now. Yeah, and I believe you could get those Hondas, and they could float. Those three-wheelers, you could ride them across water in some situations. And Jenny says, I'm not finding this trial to be all that interesting. Well, the defense is sure making it boring. We're going to get more interesting stuff as it comes up. Grandpa used to be a mechanic. He's a chronic tinkerer, so he rigs up some interesting things to make life easier for himself in his old age. My grandpa was the same way. He was a little bit of an inventor. I think he invented he had a toilet that would, when you'd flush, it would leak. And I think he invented a motorized contraption that would stop it from doing that. So it would flush the toilet electronically instead of with a mechanical switch. Several people from SLED will be testifying for sure. Roxanne says, I'm not seeing anything that makes him guilty as of yet. Does that mean that even if they get more evidence later or testimony from firsthand that he cannot be tried again for murder? It would have to be something completely new. You pretty much only get one shot at the apple, one bite at the apple. So that whole double jeopardy thing would protect him if he's found not guilty. This trial is 3 weeks long. First few days are just preliminary evidence entry. The hands-on witnesses are coming, I would suspect. Yes, I think it's going to get more exciting as we get to the more interesting evidence. Some of the experts that will be presenting evidence that conflicts with other people, which is handy, can be used to get someone unstuck. Yes. True Celtic, what sort of video? What's the topic of the video you posted? Actual boat accident pics on the Hulu murder info trial. Are they gory pictures or just the boat demolished? Tish says, come on over. Free rides at Tish's house. We'll try to arrange that, Tish. That sounds awesome. They are so much fun, honestly. Most people enjoy riding an ATV and a UTV because you don't have to. I mean, it's not like you're a drag racer where you have to go fast. You can ride them very casually, or you can get as adventurous as you want. Not allowed on ATV, so ride for me too. Could we get you on the side by side though, Jenny, or is it the bumps that wouldn't be allowed? Have you all ever been to a tractor pull? Yes, I have. We went to one last year. I made my family watch. And it started with the lawnmowers and then went all the way up to the bigger ones. But they're fantastic. Noisy. Very, very noisy, but a lot of fun. See you, Bella. Enjoy the pool. Got tons of video racing lawnmowers. My grandpa builds them if you ever need or want some footage. Those lawnmowers, they start out as lawnmowers. Like the frame starts as a lawnmower, and then they sort of get extended. The front end gets, because you get too much torque on the back wheels and it would wheelie over. So you end up putting weights on the front end and huge, big old tires and massive engine, and they're fun. I like just walking around and looking at them before they race and after. Do ATVs come with set squares in South Carolina? TW, I missed, what's a set square? We have a 5-seater ATV, very little documents needed here. They're the best on the beach. Is it 4-wheel drive? Imagine it is for the beach. Seems like a botched CSI collection recovery addict. Did I hear correctly? The shirt that was ruined with testing, that they sprayed the white tea with luminol and the tea light up with blood. Yeah, so they did. We're going to find out more about that. They mentioned it with this witness, so we've heard a little bit. But they did a presumptive or a test for presumptive blood, basically. And I don't know exactly the process, but whatever. Oh, got some sound here. Whatever they did, it ends up being like a white T-shirt turns completely purple, and it can't be tested again in the same way. So instead of testing a portion of it, they tested the whole thing, and the defense was upset about that because they can't have their experts do their own test. And we're back. Let's see what the judge has to say. He's got a note from somebody. Looks like the jury. It's going to tell the...
A note from the jury. Your Honor, will you please inform the audience that the identity of each is to remain anonymous? First. Secondly, please remove or move the cart in front of the large TV.
The jury is making orders here. So I'm wondering why they're saying that about the anonymous thing. The judge's already ordered not to photograph the jury. That's a standing rule already. You might have to ask them some questions about that.
Okay, the audience is reminded as requested by the jury, and we've removed the cart, and you may bring the jury.
Andre McDonald, they just had a fire alarm go off and had to clear the courtroom. He's out on bail, so we might have a runner. Oh, my goodness. Oh, the Spider 3-wheeler. That is a nice one. That's a road machine, not an off-road. He knew what to do.
Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, I have addressed your concerns. And you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Senior Special Agent Jeff Croft.
Senior Special Agent.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
The jury did have a brief break.
Jeff Croft, C-R-O-F-T.
Senior Special Agent Croft, how you doing today?
Doing well, sir.
So your beard's about as gray as mine is, isn't it?
Sir?
Your beard's about as gray as mine is.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you get to be a Senior Special Agent?
I don't think so.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where are you from? And then tell us a little bit about your career in law enforcement.
I grew up in Barnwell County. I started my law enforcement career in the early 2000s as a reserve deputy with the Barnwell County Sheriff's Office.
John, it's South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
Full-time.
It's like a
started on the road.
state-level
I did road
law
patrol.
enforcement.
I then went to investigative services, investigations, where I worked narcotics and violent crime. In 2012, I transferred over to SLED, where I worked in the Low Country region in investigative services. I was assigned to this area for investigative purposes, working homicides, violent crime, financial cases, all sorts of stuff.
Okay. And how long have you been with SLED?
I'm going on 12 years.
Where were you assigned back on June 7th, 2021?
I was assigned to the Low Country region here in Colleton County.
And were you summoned, called out to respond to the reports of the 2 deaths at 4147 Moselle Road?
Yes, sir, I was.
About what time did you get a call, do you think?
I got called out on actually June the 8th, the morning of June the 8th, about 5:30 that morning.
Okay. And where did you go from there?
I was en route to the scene. I was rerouted to our field office here in Walterboro and given instructions from there.
Okay. And having been given those instructions, what'd you go do to help the investigation? What's the first thing you did?
I located and interviewed Rogan Gibson.
It's on YouTube,
And did you have a
Holly.
conversation
you can
with
find
Rogan
it
Gibson?
just searching by that
Yes,
name.
sir, I did.
Did you ask Rogan Gibson about whether or not he had phone communications with Paul Murdaugh the evening before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether he had phone communications with Alex Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ask him whether or not he had communications with Maggie Murdaugh the night before?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you ask to see Rogan's cell phone?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did he allow you to take screenshots of some of the records on his cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
All right, I'm going to show you very
Might be
quickly what's
soon.
been marked as exhibits 165, 166, 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 172. And just generally tell me if you recognize those particular exhibits.
Michelle, those items could have been used by someone else, even though they were owned by him. They don't have the guns in their possession. That they don't have both guns. I mean, his shotgun might have done it, but they don't have the other rifle.
Yes, sir, these are the snapshots which I took of Rogan Gibson's phone.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second.
Rogan Gibson's phone? Who's Rogan Gibson?
Your Honor, this time I will move into evidence exhibits, states exhibits 165 through 172, I believe without objection.
They are admitted.
All right. If I could get the Elmo up, please. Let's see how that looks. Not great, is it?
The judge would call you in and hold you in contempt and possibly jail you.
All right, I'm going
It
to
also
put up
could
on the
be a
screen States
mistrial.
Exhibit 165. And is this one of those images that we were just talking about from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, and whose hand is that holding it up? Do you know?
That is Rogan Gibson holding the phone for me to take the picture.
All right, and was he manipulating the phone for you and then showing you when he found things and then you taking a picture of it with your phone?
Yes, sir, he was.
Okay. And does this reflect a incoming call from Paul at a particular time?
Yes, sir, it does.
What time does it reflect that call?
At 8:40 p.m.
All right, and this is going to be on June 7th, 2021?
That is correct, sir.
And how long does it reflect that call was?
Approximately 4 minutes.
4 minutes. All right, let's look at the next one. I'm I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 166. And is this another screenshot that Rogan showed you from his communications with Paul Murdaugh that night?
Yes, sir, it is.
And does it show an incoming call from Paul Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time is that call?
8:44 p.m.
8:44 p.m.?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you next what's been marked as Exhibit 167 to your testimony. And is this another screenshot that was showed to you by Rogan Gibson from his communications with Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And were these some texts between the two of them?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right.
I'll
And does it
excuse the
reflect
absence.
a text from Rogan to Paul on there?
Yes, sir, it does at
What time is that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
8:49 p.m.
8:49 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And can you read that text to the jury, please?
See if you can get a good picture of it. Marion wants to send it to a girl we know that's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around too much.
All right. Does it reflect any response from Paul?
It does not.
All right. What is the next communication on this particular exhibit?
It's a little got glare on it. I can't.
Yep.
It looks like
All right.
9:58 p.m.
All right. I'm going to bring the exhibit up because I know our Elmo's not working great. We're still working on that. But let me actually have you look at it. So we said there was that communication to Paul from Rogan, and then you said there was no response. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And then the next thing is Rogan sends a text. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What time is that text?
9:58 p.m.
9:58. And what does he say?
Yo.
Yo.
Y-O-Yo.
So there's their time of death window for Paul. I think they're using that for that. Thank you, little miss. I grabbed it. Appreciate that.
I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 168.
Yeah, this is
see
a
that
pace.
all right?
This is a pace I could enjoy. We're moving here.
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this reflect a number of outgoing calls from Rogan to Paul, trying to get him to answer?
Yes, sir, it does.
Can you tell the jury the times, starting at the bottom, that he's trying to call Paul Murdaugh without an answer?
At 9:10 p.m., there's a 2-second outgoing call. At 9:29 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. At 9:42 p.m., there's a 1-second outgoing call. And at 9:57 p.m., there's a 4-second outgoing call.
All right. I'm going to put up on the screen State's Exhibit 169. And does this also reflect an outgoing call from Rogan to Paul that is unanswered?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what time was that?
10:08 p.m.
All right, we're now looking at State's Exhibit 170. I'm going to bring it up, tell you real quick. Who does this reflect communications with, between Rogan Gibson and who?
Mrs. Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, let me go publish this real quick. So it's from who?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And Rogan sends her a text, is that correct?
Yes, sir, he does.
What time does he send that text?
9:34 p.m.
And what does he say?
Tell Paul to call me.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as State's Exhibit 171. Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir, I can see the times. I can't see the top of it.
Okay.
Okay, I can see
All right.
it.
And who are these communications from on Rogan Gibson's phone?
Mr. Alex Murdaugh.
The defendant?
That's correct.
All right. And were there missed calls from Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you tell the jury what times those were?
At 10:21 p.m. and at 10:24 p.m.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 172 are these additional missed calls on Rogan's phone, or missed calls.
Yes, sir, it's missed calls.
And who are they from?
I can't see the top from that display.
Sorry.
Mr. Alex Murdaugh,
Okay. And what time were these missed calls from Alex Murdaugh to Rogan Gibson?
10:25 and 10:30 p.m.
Did you ultimately interviewed Rogan Gibson, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
Without going into what he said, he told you what his communications and what he did that night and all the rest of it, is that right?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anybody with you when you interviewed him?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who was that?
Special Agent Katie McAllister.
Katie McAllister?
Yes, sir.
Did you take a buccal swab from Rogan Gibson?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell the jury just really quickly, what is a buccal swab?
Buccal swab is used to get a DNA standard or a known standard that can be used by our lab to compare to potential other evidence. It's a cotton swab, which we use on the inside of the cheek, very non-intrusive. Once we get it, we seal it. That with evidence tape is transported to our lab for our lab's use.
Okay. 1 second.
There was a gun missing, Nems girl. They bought matching the Blackhawk 300s.
I'm going to show you what's been marked.
One of them went missing from his truck,
and see if you
from
recognize
his son's
this
truck,
document.
a couple months before. And so we bought a replacement for it.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell me what that is. Tell the jury what that is, please.
It's a chain of custody form that we used when we secured the buccal swab from, or buccal swab from Rogan Gibson.
All right. Put that up on the screen. And so right there, is that where it says what it is?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And whose signature is that right there?
That is myself.
And then whose
I don't know,
whose name
Roxanne.
and
I'm not
signature is
familiar with
right
that part.
there?
Melinda Worley, Special Agent Melinda Worley.
Okay.
We heard from her already.
After you had that interview with Rogan Gibson, what's the next thing you did in the case to assist the investigation?
I went back to the scene where I briefed Senior Special Agent David Owen and the others that was assisting with the investigation. I was asked to go to the residence, the Murdaugh residence, which was down from the kennels.
All right. And what was going to be your goal in going to the residence?
I went to the residence to secure any firearms or ammunition, spent shell casings of that nature that would be potentially compared to or similar in nature to what was at the scene.
Did you go by yourself? Did you go with a team?
It was myself, Anthony Sampson, and Katie McAllister, both of which are special agents.
All right. What was your particular role or to this team? What was going to be your main job and why you were picked to be on this team to go in the house looking for firearms evidence?
I have some knowledge of firearms and ammunition, and my main duty was to attempt to locate any firearms that were capable of firing similar ammunition that was at the actual crime scene, any spent shell casings that would be similar in nature that could potentially be tested back to a firearm if one was located or tested in comparison to the casings which were at the scene.
All right. Had you been advised by other investigators what types of weapons or what ammunition had been used to murder Maggie and Paul?
Yes, sir, I did.
And can you tell the jury what you had been advised?
I'd been advised that it was a 12-gauge shotgun used, capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum. I was also advised that there was a 300 blackout rifle, or excuse me, it's an AR rifle chambered for 300 blackout.
12 gauge and 300 blackout.
That's correct, yes, sir.
How did they know it was an AR rifle? Because that round can also be a bolt action. How do they know it's a sporting rifle? Just from the number of rounds?
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 160 to your testimony and see if you recognize that particular disc.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that disc is.
It's a disc of my body-worn camera recording from the day of the house entry.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 159. See if you recognize this particular exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and what's on that?
This is, again, a recording of my body-worn camera for the house entrance.
All right, and why are there two recordings of body cams? Why do we have two instead of just one?
After the initial entrance to the residence and some initial items being secured, I stepped outside to speak to the investigative team, which was up at the kennels, and then I walked back in the house. While I was outside, I noticed some items on the ground that needed to be secured. So I walked back in the house, got Anthony Sampson, Special Agent Anthony Sampson, to accompany me outside to collect those items.
And what were those items? I'm going ahead and let's jump ahead. What were those items you ultimately collected out there?
It was 300 blackout shell casings, which appeared to be weathered at the bottom of the stoop, entered to the entrance of the what I call the gun room, and in the flower bed on each side.
All right, and when you say cases or casings, tell the jury what we're talking about. What is a case or a casing as opposed to the whole cartridge? Can you explain that to the jury, please?
Cartridge case is what's ejected from the weapon once it's fired. It houses the powder, the primer, the bullet on the end, which is the projectile which leaves the end of the barrel. It's basically just the housing that holds the firing mechanism in a shell or in a casing.
And in a semi-automatic weapon, once the bullet is fired, what happens to the casing?
In a semi-automatic weapon, it is ejected.
It's ejected?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if nobody picks it up, it stays right there on the ground, doesn't it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I'd move States Exhibit 159 and 160 into evidence.
We don't object to the video of either one, and there's one longer video that's in the house. I don't know if 159 and 160 that we would object to the audio portion being played. And
Your Honor, I have no problem with that. I'm going to play that particular video with the audio down because there is discussion with other witnesses who will testify who were in the house, and so that's acceptable to the state for that particular exhibit.
Mr. Griffin?
yeah, that's acceptable.
All right.
As long as there's no hearsay from the witnesses.
You said the audio is down, so it's admitted under those conditions.
It's admitted without audio.
Bear with me 1 second.
Now they're watching intently. This is the video from inside the house, probably going into what they call the gun room, where they store all their firearms inside the property, inside the home.
For the record, 159 is the exhibit. We'll play with the audio down.
Thank you.
Can I get the input changed, please? To
HDMI 2. See if there's any reaction from Mr. Murdaugh during this video.
All right, so Special Agent Croft, since we don't have audio on this. We might just kind of narrate it for the jury while things are happening, okay?
All right, sir.
All right, let's do that. All right, what's happening right now?
We are walking up to the side door of the residence, which enters the gun room.
And just real quick, we see that side stoop right there?
Yes, sir.
And what was found right there, if anything, by that stoop?
300 blackout casings.
Is that what you just were talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right there, huh?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Means they probably just step outside and shoot. Could have been a coyote. Could have been something like that. And these were weathered. So this weathered means that the cartridges have been
Who
out
was
there
that
for a while.
individual right there? Do
Could
you
have been
know?
tarnished.
Attorney Lee Cope.
Probably not from the same night.
Who's talking to him?
Special Agent McAllister.
I'm going to move it forward, going in the house a little bit. Where are we now?
We are inside of the residence at 4147 Moselle Road in the gun room.
Who are you shaking hands with right now?
That would be Attorney Mark Ball.
All right, and who's getting their hands shook right now?
Mr. Attorney Ronnie Crosby.
Now, you mentioned Lee Cope and Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby. Who are those individuals? What, if anything, is their relationship with Alex Murdaugh?
They are law partners were law partners with Mr. Alex Murdaugh at PMPED.
Do you know what Alex Murdaugh did for a living?
He was a trial lawyer, and he also was a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office under Solicitor Duffy Stone.
And what does a prosecutor do?
They try cases for the state.
Criminal cases?
Criminal cases for the state, yes, sir.
All right. That's what he did?
That is correct.
Okay.
That's funny, the response. That's what he did. He's like, I'm not sure if I should object or
I'm going to fast forward
nod
just a little
proudly.
bit. What's that sort of in the center of the screen right there?
That's a gun cabinet or gun shelf.
What's going on right now?
Special Agent McAllister is explaining why we are there, kind of what we're looking for, and gaining consent to search that area.
Was consent ultimately obtained to search?
Yes, sir, it was.
Ooh. Are you saying that they can be traced to the same gun?
All right, at this point, are y'all having a conversation with people who were there? I'm not trying to get into the conversation, just were you having a conversation?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right, and who are the two individuals you're talking to, or three individuals you're talking to right there?
Ronnie Crosby on the right, Mark Ball in the center, and Mr. Lee Cope on the left-hand side. Agent McAllister standing with her back turned.
At some point, did Mark Ball point to anything?
Yes, sir, he did.
And what did he point to?
A 300 blackout rifle, which was sitting in the gun wall.
Did Ronnie Crosby point to it? Let me back up.
Yes, sir.
All right. Then whose body cam are we looking at right now?
That would be mine.
Where are you going right now?
I'm walking over to the gun wall or gun cabinet in order to get a better picture of what Mr. Ball is pointing to.
Is that it right there in the middle?
That is it, yes, sir.
All right. Right, what is Mark Ball pointing to right now?
He's pointing to the numbers which are displayed on the bottom of the magazine.
All right, and is this the blackout we're talking about?
That is correct.
All right. Did you look at that particular magazine?
Yes, sir, I did.
What, if anything, did you notice about that magazine?
The magazine stamped with 223.
All right. Is 223 the same ammunition as 300 Blackout?
It's same in length. 223 magazine is capable of housing a 300 Blackout round.
Well, explain to me a little bit about 223, and which is a type of ammunition, and Blackout. What are the differences and what are the similarities between those two rounds?
They both can be fired from the AR frame. It's the 300 Blackout is actually approximately a 30 millimeter projectile, a little bit larger bullet than the 223. Has a little more kinetic energy, at a little more stopping power than the 223. The 223 is a faster bullet, a little flatter trajectory.
Yeah, flatter trajectory.
It does not have the stopping power that the 300 has. But because the 300 is a larger bullet, and trying to use it in an AR frame, it's neck down, so you don't have quite as much speed coming out, or velocity coming out of the barrel than you would with a 223.
What is it you just said, though? A 300 Blackout has more of?
Stopping power than the 223.
And stopping power, what does that mean? What is stopping power?
It has more impact than the 223 round would have.
Impact.
They're not showing pictures because the judge ordered gory pictures to be sealed, and so basically nothing's being shown until the judge gives a stamp of approval and it's released later.
What else are you looking for right now as you look through the other firearms on that particular gun rack?
Any additional rifles capable of shooting a 300 Blackout, and also the any 12 gauge shotguns which are capable of shooting 3-inch Magnum.
Let me ask you this. Did you find any other weapons that could shoot 300 Blackout?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever find any other weapons on Alex Murdaugh's property that could shoot 300 Blackouts other than that one that was in the gun rack?
No, sir, we did not.
We're going to talk more about this in a minute, but did you find some 12 gauges?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right, what are we looking at right here?
That's to the right of the gun wall or gun cabinet. It's various ammunitions for different type of weapons, shell casings, just parts for the gun wall.
Okay. And you're having a conversation with who right there?
Attorney Mark Ball.
As a result of that conversation, was Mark Ball pointing to things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Specific things?
Yes, sir, he was.
Did you ultimately come back and collect some of those things?
Yes, sir, I did.
We'll fast forward to about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Keep this thing moving.
Moving right along. I wonder if a member of the jury saw someone they recognized
right there
in the audience, in the gallery. That's why they passed the note to the judge.
What's that right there?
That is an empty box with the label S&B 300 BLK.
All right. Did you ultimately collect that box?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213. and see if you recognize that item.
Empty box. Why would you keep an
Yes,
empty
sir, I do.
box? The
Stand by
bolts
for me
come
real
in.
quick.
Yes, there were just, Tom. I believe there were two different brands, both 12 gauge.
All right, Your Honor, this time we move State's Exhibit 213 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Okay. I'm going to show it to you again, I'm going to put it up on the screen. Does that box reflect the grain weight of the bullets of that ammunition that were inside of it?
Yes, sir, it does.
And what is that?
147 grains.
All right, and tell the jury, what is 147 grains, or just grains in general when it comes to a bullet? What does that mean?
It's the weight of the projectile.
And it's possible to have certain ammunition of the same caliber, but it has different weights. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. And this blackout is 147 grains, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Sorry.
The first time I shot a 30-06, it was a 210 grain.
Can we, no, that's fine. I'll show it later.
And I felt it right in the shoulder. A little bit of a kick.
Well, let's go ahead and do that. Can we switch the input just real quick? I'm going to switch it right back. I just want to show this to the jury, please. All right. Everybody can see that? Maybe if I did get it this way. All right. And that's the empty box you found in the gun room?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And right there, is that the grains that you were talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
Step down if you need to. See what I'm pointing at?
I can see you, sir.
All right. Can you read that right there? I can't see.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does it say?
Cellular and looks like bellet,
All right. And in shorthand, when people are talking about ammunition, how do they say that?
S&B.
S&B.
The biggest
Back right here.
caliber would be
Can you read
the
that?
grenade launcher.
Yes, sir, I can.
And what does that say?
300 AAC blackout.
Also fired some
Go back to the video.
fully automatic machine guns that chambered in, I believe, 9mm. Lots of shotguns. 12 gauge is the biggest shotgun I fired.
For the record, I'm
30-06 for rifle probably is the
fast
largest
forwarding a
caliber
little
there.
bit, just to keep us going. At this particular time, as it relates to the shotguns, are you looking to collect every single shotgun that's on that rack or only specific shotguns?
Only specific shotguns.
And what specific gauge of shotgun were you looking to collect?
12 gauge.
And why only 12 gauge?
That was the shell casings that was located at the crime scene.
Matthew, I'd claim it for sure. I think the pistol for me, the largest would probably be like a 44.
Who's that individual standing in the center of the screen?
That would be Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh.
Now, you mentioned attorneys Lee Cope, Mark Ball, and Ronnie Crosby were in that room as well. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh, is that correct?
That is correct, yes,
And
sir.
what's his relation to the defendant?
He is the brother.
Was that everyone that was kind of there, or was there another attorney as well that was present?
There was an additional attorney that walked in the room early in the recording.
And who was that?
Chris Wilson.
Chris Wilson.
Lots of attorneys there admiring guns. Red Pen, I still have a Red Ryder BB gun. Little lever action. Same one they have in the TV show or the movie, the Christmas Story movie. I like the 9mm. It's a good caliber. It's small enough that you can do a lot of target practice with it, and still large enough that you can be carried for more serious reasons.
Generally, what are you doing right here?
Just getting an overall of where things were at when we went into the room before anything was actually moved.
One time, Jill. That's all I needed. I'm like, yep, I've done it. It was an attorney convention. His partners from work, apparently. Wow.
Saw you doing something with your hands. What are you doing right there?
I'm putting latex gloves on my hands.
And what is it you're about to do?
I'm going to start collecting or securing those firearms.
Okay. What is that in your hand right there?
That is a 300 or an AR-15 chambered to 300 blackout.
So when he's saying AR-15, is he saying it's a sporting rifle, or is he saying that's actually the brand of the gun?
What is that in your hand right there? I kind of fast forwarded it.
That was the magazine which I removed from the 300.
What ammunition was in that magazine?
S&B, 147 grain.
300 blackout?
300 blackout.
See another item, item 33, please. Right. I called it item 33 because that's the sled item, but actually it's been marked as State's Exhibit 88. I'm going to have you take a look at that and see if you recognize that. Go ahead and pull it out. Just make sure not to point it at the jury. And if you could also make sure that it is not in a firing state, please, sir.
Oh, man. Look at that sight.
And what is that item right there?
Is that a
This is
thermal?
the 300 blackout rifle, which I secured from the gun wall.
All right. Let me see it. Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 84 into evidence.
Your Honor, I object on relevancy grounds. There's no evidence that this gun was the gun. I mean, it's just not relevant. It was found in the house.
Objection is overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold on to that gun for me, please, Special Agent Croft. Let's see what else is in this box.
It's like Christmas.
I'm going to show you the other part of State's Exhibit 88, and that's marked actually as State's Exhibit 210. What's that?
This would be the magazine which I removed from this rifle on the video, and the ammunition which it contained.
All right. And what kind of ammunition is that?
ATN?
It's head stamped SMB 300 blackout.
All right. And do you know the specific brand and make and caliber of ammunition that was used to kill Maggie Murdaugh?
The head stamps on the shell casings at the crime scene was SMB 300 blackout.
Same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about this firearm. What is this thing on the top here?
That is a, I call it an optic, but it's actually a thermal scope.
Yeah,
which can be
the night
used
vision's
for
a different. That's
shooting in
thermal
the
for
dark.
sure.
Okay. And this particular weapon, is this a semi-automatic weapon?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what does that mean? Can you tell the jury what that means?
Each press of the trigger, it will fire and eject the spent cartridge.
And where are the cartridges going to eject when this weapon is fired?
It would eject from the right-hand side, right here.
All right.
I was looking at those scopes last
If it's
night.
being fired, they're coming out this way. Is that
They're
correct?
probably about $3,000
To the
on
right,
the high end,
generally
depending on
back.
the resolution for thermal and how much magnification it has. Somebody mentioned that they want the jury to go out there in the opening statements. I hadn't heard that before.
All right. These are the rounds you're talking about right here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those are the S&P 300s?
Yes, sir, they are.
And this is that magazine that said 223 on it that you were talking about. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Hey, Mo Freedom, I think these guns are more commonly used, not like deer hunting, but more for pest eradication. Texas, along with a lot of other states in the South, has a major invasion of wild dogs that are extremely damaging, and to eradicate them, you need
please, ma'am.
a lot of bullets in the air in a very short amount of time. So that's a common gun to use for that purpose.
All right. What's that you got in your arm now?
That is a 12-gauge Browning.
I believe that one it does not have a burst or fully auto mode. It's semi-automatic only. That gun was admitted to evidence over the defense objection because there's no evidence saying it was the gun that was used. It just happens to be in the house and loaded with the same ammunition as what was found at the crime scene. It was not the gun. We know that there were a matching pair. He bought one for himself and for his son. His son's got lost out of the truck, and he bought another one, a replacement one for his son. So they've had at least 3 similar guns like that.
All right, back up just a hair.
We'll see you, Katrina. Thanks for being in here. Have a great day.
All right, and so that's the brownie you collected, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, I'm gonna bring you to item 31 here real quick. Before you open it, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna get this blackout rifle out of the way.
I think it was lost a couple months prior to this. My understanding is correct. Yeah, they use that same ammunition.
That's been using the sled item number, but that's State's Exhibit 90. Is that correct? I got you. Right there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Could you open that up and tell me what's in that if you recognize it, please?
That would be the Browning which I secured from the gun room.
All right. Can you, is it in an unfired condition? Can you show that to the jury, please?
It's in a safe condition, breech open.
All right. And this is chambered in what gauge?
12 gauge.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move State's Exhibit 80 into evidence.
There's going to be the same objection.
Relevancy, unless they have evidence tying it to the murders. I mean, there are a lot of guns that were seized, Your Honor.
Objections overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Looks like we get to see a lot of guns today.
My apologies.
I agree, Tag. A handgun, even in a very large caliber, when you're in a bear attack situation, is not what you want to have. Roxanne, they haven't, I don't think they've ruled on how much that's coming in. We've already heard a little bit about it.
Your Honor, I just want to add Rule 403 grounds for my objection to this gun and all the other guns they plan to introduce. Yes, sir.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Let's return to the video.
The camouflage was a shotgun. That's the one that Paul ran to the house and got when he was on the 911 call. He had it leaning up against the truck when the police arrived.
As you were looking through these various shotguns and picking some up and putting them back and all the rest of it, what are you looking for in making that determination, the ones you take and the ones that you're putting back?
That it was chambered in 12 gauge.
Hey, Jill, the camo shotgun was a 12 gauge, but it had been loaded with a 12 gauge and a 16 gauge round, presumably by mistake. Ivan, I think they seized them because they, at the time, they didn't know if they were related or not. They basically have some evidence that points to a 300 blackout and 12 gauge, and they're finding what's on the property, what's around there that they can look at. Oh, Abby, you brought it up. I'm just kidding. It is working right now. I attribute that entirely to Nick Nico and his ownership of the internet.
All right, you just put another gun on the table. Do you recognize that particular gun?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what about the particular condition of that gun did you notice, if anything?
That is a 12-gauge pump, and the breech is open. Inside of the chamber is a shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered into the to be fired.
And I've paused it at 20 minutes and 17 seconds. What do we see right there?
That's how they stored it?
That is a 12-gauge shotgun shell that's ready to be chambered. Once you slide the pump action forward, it would be chambered into the chamber and ready to fire.
All right, thank you. And Your Honor, just very quickly for the record, with that Browning shotgun, I believe I referred to it as State's Exhibit 80. It's actually State's Exhibit 90, which I believe was admitted over objection.
Nothing earth-shattering. Just getting a lot of firearms admitted right now. There's going to be guns lying all over this courtroom by the time they're done.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 91.
We just saw you shove that into your mouth.
Pull it out and tell me if you
Alex,
recognize what that is.
Don't think you got away with that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
That is a Benelli 12-gauge.
Thank you. Let me close that back up real quick.
I think we're only going to have that one rifle. The rest of them should all be shotguns. They did on a lot of shotguns. I think he's got some sort of candy that he keeps eating. Thal, too soon. You went there.
We got one step ahead of ourselves, so let's do this one. This is State's Exhibit 87. Let's try this one. Can we do this without knocking everything over?
I think so.
All right, let's try to take a look, just real quick. I'll show it to the jury and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
That is the pump shotgun, which I secured from the gun wall, which is depicted in the video.
All right, this is the one that's on the screen right now?
Yes, sir, it is.
For the record, this is State's Exhibit 89. Let's go ahead and take a look and see if you recognize that. That's the gun we were just talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move State's Exhibit 9 into evidence.
Your Honor, objection on relevance, 403. There's no evidence linking these guns to the crime.
What's 403?
And
is it like piling on or what?
Did you want to respond to the speaking objection?
Yes, sir, I do want to respond to the speaking objection. It is very important to show the extensiveness of the investigation that was done, particularly as it goes to firearms, and there were multiple guns that were tested, and there will be an analyst list here later to show how those guns were tested and what the results of those. So admitting these guns into evidence to show the extent of what was tested is very relevant, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Judge
all right,
is nice.
Let's go ahead and show the jury this one if we can, please. Is it not in a fired condition, fireable condition?
Breech is open and it's not
they're
in
all,
fireable condition.
All right.
All you have to do is take that lock off, and then it's,
And
when they say fireable condition, it's not like they've disabled the gun
took this weapon off
permanently.
the wall, what was different about its condition that we talked about?
It had a round that was here ready to be chambered once the full grip is pushed forward.
All right, let me see it just real quick. So is this a semi-automatic type shotgun or a pump shotgun?
It's a pump shotgun.
All right, and when a shell is fired and the mechanism is used, what happens to the spent shell case?
When you bring the forearm back, the shell case is ejected similar to a semi-auto.
Okay. And which way would it go out of this particular firearm?
It would go to the right.
As an example. Go to the right?
Yes, sir.
Just pointed at a court reporter, sorry. All right, this item was found within that weapon, is that correct?
Timing's getting a little off. Might have to resync him here.
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me what that is.
It's a 12 gauge, 3.5 inch shell, 2 1/4, number 7.9.
Is that a turkey load?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, let's close this box up. Help me out if you would, real quick.
Got guns all over the courtroom. Can't wait till they go back to try to find a specific gun. They'll be like, hey, you hold this one. You hold this one. Now, isn't that box? They all look the same on the outside. I said turkey load, not turkey leg. Turkey leg, although that, now that we're closer to lunch, that sounds really good. The turkey load has to do with the shot that is in the shotgun shell. It's designed for hunting turkeys. Laura, we haven't heard yet about the whether they can say that the guns have been recently fired or cleaned or something like that. Hopefully we'll get some evidence on that. Matthew Harris, Rule 403, evidence rule, is relevant evidence may be excluded if its prohibitive value is substantially outweighed by unfair prejudice, confusing or misleading, or cumulative evidence. Okay, so they're saying you're piling on. It's you know, it could make him look bad that he has guns everywhere, even though, you know, this is normal. And it could definitely confuse it. So yeah, that's why they mentioned 403 and they've objected to all these. And so their objection is preserved their right to appeal, basically.
You recall what y'all are doing right now?
On that matter.
We are securing a Benelli shotgun.
All right.
I think only it was the one gun that was ready to be loaded, like halfway cocked.
And now let's do states. Can you tell me the number on the bottom of that one?
91.
91. All right, just real quick, if you can just take a look without showing it to the jury and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
And tell me what that is, please.
That is the Benelli shotgun, which I secured. It's depicted in the video.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, we would move states 91 into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor. Relevance of 403.
All right. Let's go ahead and again, if you can show that to the jury, please.
That sling on there is for carrying. You can put it over your shoulder and walk around. If you're hunting, it makes it easier to carry it.
All right. I'm going to show you what's inside this particular exhibit and see if you recognize those items, please.
Yes, sir.
All right. And what are those items?
Those are two 12-gauge shells, which were loaded in the Benelli at the time we secured it.
What, if anything, can you tell me about the type of shells those
more
are?
were loaded, I guess.
Head stamp is Winchester 12-gauge, long beard, so 3-inch, number 4. And the head stamp on the red one is a Federal 12-gauge, 7 2.5 ounce. It's 3.5-inch Federal premium shell.
Different types of ammunition, even different sizes, is that correct?
That is correct.
One is a Winchester and one's a Federal, is that correct?
That is correct.
Right, let's close this box if you could.
I would say that most of these guns were not home defense protection guns. These are hunting or hunting shotguns.
Video, we're picking up a
They
2158.
did have other guns that were not collected. Many more guns.
At this point on that gun rack, did you observe any other 12 gauges?
No, sir.
Horse sheet and bananas. Just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, bananas, for that. Randy Rabbit, Bama Liz, ignore me. I couldn't get ignored anymore. Jennifer Clark and Earth Knoble. Congratulations. You got horse shoot and bananas to thank.
Attorney Mark Ball.
Was he pointing in that box?
Yes, sir, he is.
Was he pointing about what y'all were talking about?
Yes, sir, he is.
I do find it interesting that the guns were loaded with multiple different calibers and sizes of shells, brands of shells, and that they had multiple also found at the scene. That's interesting.
For the record, I'm fast forwarding a little bit.
Yeah, I do agree. This is overkill. Yeah, they are going to test all these guns, but bringing them all out in court.
We're going to talk more about this, but after collecting these various firearms, did you and the other agents ultimately collect both spent rounds as well as unfired rounds in the property and at the house?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that's what generally the video is depicting from here on out?
Yes, sir, it is.
Somebody just
that
dropped.
empty box we were just talking about earlier?
Yes, sir, it is.
For the record, we're at 28 minutes and 59 seconds. Right up there, the top of the screen on top of those little shelves. Do you know what that is?
I don't see where you're talking, sir.
Let me back it up. If you could step down for me real quick. Back it up one more time. That silvery thing, you know what that is? Right there.
I didn't catch a good look at it, sir. It looks like a juice box drink.
Okay, juice box drink. All right, keep on going if you would, please.
Looks like a juice box drink. Is that what he said? Don't think that's what it was in the gun room. We store our Capri Sun and our firearms in the same room. Alex saying that's not a juice box drink.
I'm just kind of fast forwarding it. What's generally going on right here?
Still looking for any additional weapons or ammunition.
Right there on the image at 3804, who's sitting on the couch?
That would be Attorney Chris Wilson.
The reason they're going into this, and the prosecution's mentioned this already, is defense has made a big deal about how the investigation at the scene was not thorough. That they could have inspected more, they could have done more. Now the state's trying to show that this is what we did that was thorough. So I think it's overkill. I think they could have got just as much impact by only showing a picture of the room and saying there were this many firearms we inspected. Here are the ones that matter.
All right, bear with me. I'm going to kind of fast forward through this.
Yeah, this isn't. If this were like in California, where gun ownership is a much lower percentage, I think this could be a scary gun talk.
47.
I imagine most of these jurors probably either own guns or have shot them or have a neutral, if not positive opinion of them. So I don't think they're trying to scare the jury by showing all these guns.
Did you see who was on your cell phone right there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who was that?
Captain Ryan Neal.
Is that your boss at the time?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And so what are you doing right now?
I'm fixing to step outside to talk to him.
All right. Does your body camera go off at that point?
It does.
All right. Tell me what happens when you go outside. Do you go outside that stoop we showed earlier?
Yes, sir. I go out of the side door, same door we entered.
All right. And what, if anything, did you observe outside?
I observed on the ground, right at the edge of the stoop, what appeared to be a .300 blackout spent shell casing, appeared to be weathered as if it had been there for some time.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you decide to do at that point?
After talking to Captain Neal, I went back inside. I asked Special Agent Anthony Sampson to step outside with me so that we could secure those shell casings. We again activated the body-worn camera, and we walked outside and we secured we secured shell casings from around that stoop.
Okay. Bear with me real quick.
6-foot bus. If you can find an old jerry can somewhere, they're worth their weight in gold now. It's impossible to fill up a lawnmower nowadays without pouring gas everywhere because of these
I've been
newfangled
marked to Stacy Exhibit 260 for
horse
identification at this time, and I want you to take a look at that and see if you recognize that.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Let me take them back real quick. And what are these?
Those are the spent shell casings, which I picked up from around the stoop on the outside of 4147 Moselle Road outside the gun room.
All right. And when you say that they were in weather condition, what do you mean by that?
The brass is tarnished. They had dirt in them. It just appeared they had been sitting in the weather for a while.
Okay. And did, if I could have the helmet back, please.
I wouldn't say they're uncommon. They're not like the most common rounds, but there are a lot of guns that fire that round.
Did they appear to be shiny, like the bullets that were with the magazine that the jury earlier saw from the prior exhibit?
No, sir.
Exhibit without objection, put it up on the screen. It's marked for identification at this time. And again, if you could describe for the jury the condition of those cases when they caught your eye.
I apologize. I couldn't hear what you said.
My apologies. Again, if you would, just describe for the jury what you're talking about when about these cases when you that caught your eye when you saw them outside.
Well, the brass was not shiny as a new casing would be. It appeared that it had been sitting in the weather for some time. It had began to tarnish inside of the where the bullet had been expelled from the end. The inside had dirt, grass. Obviously, it had been there for a while.
What was the brand and type of ammunition that's in this particular exhibit that you found?
S&B 300 BOK, Butch Blackout.
Let me go to the video if I could, please.
I think, Bite Me, we're talking about 100 yards, roughly. You can see if we can pull up the Google Earth on the break. Take a look at it. You saw me eating? I'm sneaking a little bit of lunch here because they're going long. I think it was shorter because he ran up to get his shotgun, or he told the dispatch he was running up to get his gun, just in case, while he was on the phone. And maybe they skipped part of that call, but it seemed pretty quick. And I think he went on foot. Maybe he drove. I don't know. We'll look at it. We can measure.
What are y'all doing on the screen right here?
We are locating the 300 shell casings.
Okay, that makes sense. I'll see if I can pull it up on Google Earth and measure it.
What's Agent Sampson doing right there?
He is picking the shell casing up.
Is that one of the casings that's in this bag right here that you identified?
Yes, sir, it is.
We might have to watch that tonight if Jensen's going to go on the stand. I've got that going in the background. I could see him up standing talking to a lawyer on a break. It looks like, but we might have to catch up on the Adafreeze trial tonight.
That is another shell casing on the, if you're facing the door or the stoop door, it'd be on the left-hand side of the stoop.
Is that one of the ones that are in this bag, State's Exhibit 260?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what brand and type?
S&B 300 BOK.
Just picked up.
That would be another S&B 300 blackout shell casing.
One of the ones in this bag we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're going to talk to him, but that's his decision. They might tell him, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, and he might want to get his story told. I mean, he's currently serving life in prison, and he might think, well, what do I have to lose? I guess we'll find out after lunch. We'll keep an eye on that, and if he does testify, I think we'll probably cover it tonight.
Fast forward just a little bit. Y'all collected all 5 cases that are in this bag?
Yes, sir, we had.
Did you go to any other locations that day? What day is this right now, with those videos you just watched?
6/8 of 21.
21. On June 8th of 2021, the day after the murders, did you go to any other location in the property to search, to your recollection?
I don't think it was that day, no, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately go and search a shed at the property?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And what specifically did y'all search at the shed?
The trash that had been taken away from the house.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 161 to your testimony, and I'll see if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir, I do.
Tell me what that exhibit is, please.
This is a video of my body-worn camera when we were actually digging in the trash that was we took to the shed and dug through.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 161 into evidence, I believe without objection.
That's correct.
Submit it.
All right.
Who's Andre the Giant? What's he doing up here?
This time I'm going to publish Exhibit 161.
There's so much to it, right, Maui Gal? I don't know how much of that they're going to get into in this trial, but it'll be interesting.
Tell me what we're seeing. We're at 28 seconds in. What are we seeing right there?
That is the large shed that's our hangar. Just probably to the right middle of the screen would be the dog kennels, dog house. To the far right is the, I think it's chicken coop. but the shed is where we went through some trash that we had secured.
All right, and step down for me if you would, please. Let's kind of point that out for the jury. So where are the kennels in this particular video?
The kennels are right here.
And where's the feed room in this video?
The feed room would be right here on the end.
All right, where's the little doghouse in this video?
This would be the doghouse.
All right, what is this thing right there underneath the shed?
That's UTV under the shed.
And then the kennels extend down this way with various cages?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. You can retake your seat.
Okay, so Mrs. R.A. just brought me lunch after my son made me some food as well. But now I have a salad. Check this out. I'm going to keep the audio going here. So I'm did the heavy lunch first and followed up with a salad. And it's a big salad.
What are y'all about to do right here?
We're about to dig in trash.
Digging trash?
Yes, sir.
Is that a fun job?
It's not, but it has to be done.
All right, at 124, I'm just going to fast forward it some. What is that image right now at 145 that's on the screen?
That is a empty box, 12 gauge premium turkey load ammunition.
All right, and what is that right there?
An empty box of 12 gauge long beard, 3.5 inch, let's see, 2 ounce, number 4 shot.
And what is that right there?
That is a empty box of 12 gauge. It's got Browning on it, TSS. It's a 3.5 inch, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
All right, for the record, I'm fast forwarding then. What is this right now that we're seeing at 3 minutes and 7 seconds?
That is appeared to be a credit card statement or receipt, and it's got an item circled on it.
And there was an item circled on it?
That is correct.
And what was the store on that particular item?
Gucci store?
Gucci?
Yeah.
All right. And what was the amount?
Gucci. All the women in the courtroom just laughed.
$1,021.10.
It did.
Okay. And
does say
somebody
long
had
beard.
circled that particular entry. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It has to do with a turkey. A turkey has a beard, and that's one of the like deer for hunters. The antler size is one of the things they measure. On a turkey, the turkey's beard is one of the things they measure to show the age.
For the record,
or
I'm just fast
how big it
forwarding
was.
through. Y'all searching through the trash. Is that right?
Yes, sir, we are.
Did you find anything else of note in that trash?
No, sir, we did not.
So it sounds like the wife probably got something at Gucci for $1,000 or something.
All right.
Is the state going to say that's their motive?
Of course, indulgence. 1 moment. show you, stand by for me real quick. All right, I'll show you what's been marked as. Stand by. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, which is an evidence bag, and see if you recognize what's in there.
Please crinkle the bag loudly in front of the microphone for us. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell me what's in that bag.
These are the shell boxes which I described on the video or observed on the video, and it's the receipt, credit card receipt, which was torn that we collected from the trash.
All right, the one with the circle thing with Gucci on it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move State's Exhibit 214 into evidence, I believe without objection.
Hey, Randy, horse shot and bananas got you with a gifted, one of 5. So you've got him to thank, or her. Horse shot and bananas. One of these days I'm going to say it wrong. I'm just going to say it exactly the way it was typed.
The story just a little bit. Did you ultimately return out to the scene to do an additional search, or out to the property as a whole to do an additional search?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and you remember what date that was? Roughly?
I think it was the 13th.
Okay. And what were you looking for on that particular search?
Again, looking for any firearms, shells, shell casings that would could be tested for a potential weapon to use during a crime.
All right. And do you remember who were some of the other agents that were out there, or what else was going on at that time?
I think Agent McAllister was there. If I'm not mistaken, Mindy may have been there. There was a number of agents there.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, or marked right now, is State's Exhibit 152 and 151, and see if you recognize those items generally.
The crinkling sound you're hearing is actually him chewing on his hard candy.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And can you tell the jury just generally what those items are?
It's 300 blackout ammunition and magazine containing 300 blackout ammunition that was collected.
All right. And was this collected at various locations on the property during that search?
Yes, sir.
And 151 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Without objection, how much more time do you have with this witness on direct?
There's still a fair amount to cover, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, talking only to the jury. Everyone else remains seated. We will reconvene at in an hour and 20 minutes. An hour and 20 minutes. Please go to the jury room.
Is he going to talk to us? Maybe he has everyone stay seated because they're quieter that way. You already told them yesterday they're not supposed to make noise and talk while the jury's leaving. Love all that black tape and paper over the windows there and back. I think that's clear glass normally, and so that might be a safety precaution to diffuse the light so that people can't see in and
With
potentially
regard to
shoot
the
at somebody.
admission of the guns, any further, anything further the state or the defense would like to place on the record?
Well, Your Honor, I would put some further argument in the record in that the guns had been tested ballistically. The test excluded the guns as being in the murder as murder weapons, is my understanding, and as a result, they're just not relevant. They have photos of the guns, which is completely sufficient information for the jury and to get the information in that they were tested. But sending, just weapon after weapon back into the jury room during jury deliberations, we think is unfairly prejudicial.
All right. And response, Mr.
Your Honor, the defense, as you might expect, has already challenged the sufficiency of the investigation and what was done. I think the state, not only just generally, but all certainly in response to those lines of examination, is entitled to show the extent of the examinations that were done in analyzing the relevant firearms evidence that was on scene. This agent gathered 12-gauge weapons for a reason, because 12-gauge rounds were used to murder Paul Murdaugh, and therefore admission of those we believe is relevant and not overly prejudicial. Certainly nothing about the way we did that examination did anything that was prejudicial. It was all very straight to the point.
Right. Relevant evidence means any evidence tending to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. This evidence, so these guns were part of the crime scene in and around the crime scene at or around the time of the murders. Issues have been raised regarding multiple guns, multiple shooters, multiple spent rounds, and the court, in its discretion, have admitted the evidence as being relevant, and there's no dispute that the defendant had multiple guns in and around his place, and I find that it's relevant and more probative than prejudicial, and that's the basis for the court's order with regard to admitting that evidence. And we'll be on break for an hour and 20 minutes.
Hour and 20 minutes takes us to 2:40 my time. Quick recap for CG in Texas for those who were late. We started off the day with cross-examination of the same witness from Friday, who was the lady who was specialized in tire tracks and footprints. The cross-examination started very slowly. The first hour was painful to listen to. Excuse me, the salad is really good, I might add. It's right here. I have not finished it yet. I might have enough for everybody. I'm not sure I can finish this at all. Anyway, so the cross-examination, the defense was able to get her to admit that some of the things they did as far as in their investigation were not the best way to do things, that they should have taken pictures of things that they hadn't. There were also some questions that really weren't appropriate for her because they were outside the scope of what she did. So I didn't see a lot of really gotcha moments for the defense on that. This next witness we've got is the one who did the search inside the house of the firearms, the gun room. There's body camera image that he's laid the groundwork for, and they brought in of that search without the audio because there's discussion in the background that involves other witnesses and things like that. So that's been admitted without audio. They've brought in one sporting rifle with a thermal scope on top, which is, it's really cool. It's a fully decked out sporting rifle as far as that goes. It's a very expensive accessory. That's chambered for 300 blackout, and so that's been admitted. And then basically every 12-gauge shotgun they could find in the house, they're admitting as evidence as well. So there are quite a few shotguns that are being admitted as well. Defense doesn't like the fact that all the guns have been brought in, but that's it. We did have a little protractor talk. That's about as spicy as it got in here, where defense called it a protractor. And tried to sort of explain how to use it with the witness, the first witness. She did have an angle wrong on her drawing. That's right in her notes, but wrong on the drawing. And so he tried to bring that up, but it didn't seem really big. No tires in court yet, Bitfinex, although, it could happen. Let's see, is there anything else I missed for those that were here? Anything else super exciting? I think I got most of it. So, glad you're here now, CG. That's awesome. Yeah, the thermal optics, many states actually ban those for hunting purposes, with the exception being, hogs, probably most notably. Texas, for one, I believe hogs are any weapon and any day, any way you can shoot them. They're so much of a problem down there. Some like I remember in Utah, thermal is not okay. You can't do that. Night vision's not okay for hunting. Usually you can only hunt during the daylight hours as well, unless you have a special permission from. It takes a lot of work to get like a depredatation type permission to shoot at night in some counties. But anyway, that was it. Might have had a little buffer. Does that mean it's time for lunch? I think we're going to have a little tiny lunch here. Actually, we've got about an hour and 20 minutes. I don't think there's anything else to cover right now. I want to know if the red hair son has an alibi. Debbie, I'm not sure if that's ever been brought up. I think he was somewhere else because he called, or someone called and they said, don't let him come up here type thing. So I don't know. We can add that to our list of possible scenarios that could have played out. You can use a grenade launcher on hogs if you can own one. Yeah, the hogs are a serious problem. They are devastating for farmers. They introduce disease. They makes your water a problem. They can tear up just in one night. If they come through in your yard, it's like they plowed your yard. They just tear everything up. Okay, so we'll do this. I'm going to eat my salad, but I can't. I'm too self-conscious. I can't take these small bites. I just want to scarf it down and come back. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back probably in about an hour, if that works. We'll come back about 2:30, maybe a little bit early. I do have a yummy lunch here. Thank my wife for that. Mrs. R.A. is fantastic. I'll probably need a nap after this, though. So if you catch me snoozing, just let me get my beauty rest. You guys have a wonderful lunch. We'll see you back here in just a little bit to catch part 2 of this. We will, if you need more content during the break, Matthew Harris has a great channel. You can go watch some of his amazing videos with his perspective on law, advice, information. It's wonderful. It's entertaining. It's accurate. It's good stuff. Thank you for all those who answered the poll this morning with Weather Watch and I talking about a podcast. We're going to review that together and see where we want to go from that. Thank you, Weather Watch, as well. I'm super excited about this. Anyway, that's all. So please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and we'll see you here on the flip side, says Georgia, in about an hour. Thanks a lot.